Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations. Last time we started case number 3. We got through the first chapter of it. I'll just finish off case number 2, but we're currently in not Disneyland here. What was apparently supposed to be a simple ransom drop-off for kidnapping has now somehow turned to a murder mystery. But I mean, it's Phoenix, right? So I don't know what else anyone really expected. I was wondering when the murder was gonna come in. Like, honestly, the whole time I was just thinking, when are we getting the murder? Because I don't think... No, we haven't. We have not had a single Phoenix Wright anything where murder was not involved. That'd be cool to see. If we could just, like, you know, just stay away for one case from the murder. They were so close to in Phoenix Wright 2, and then they just had to throw in a murder right at the end. But I guess it kind of worked there. It was a fun little twist. But maybe one of these times we'll just not get murder. I don't know. Maybe I'm asking for too much here. Chased out like a pair of peasants.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Kay?
Something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is?
You really shouldn't steal anything, however. I'll bite. What should a thief steal?
A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with, ever.
That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that with my own hands, when I apprehend the murderer myself. Also, we're dealing with some sort of, like, Interpol bullshit going on. This guy came around and was like, I'm just gonna take over the investigation, thanks. I bet he's the murderer. Honestly, Interpol guy being the murderer makes perfect sense.
Alright, I'm gonna work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go.
Still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just gonna drop the issue. Also, Gumshoe got roped into helping Interpol, so... I guess it's up to Edgeworth to just do this alone. Can't have anyone else with him. No one around here that's willing to help. Ever. First thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be her search, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You! What did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? The jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir.
Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves.
It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. I wonder who this witness could be. Yeah, the body was found in the garage, and it seems very likely the body was moved from elsewhere. So maybe whoever this witness is might help us determine where the crime was committed. Thought there was a witness here. Watch the witness be the car.
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
Oh shit, it's her. That's... wow. Was not expecting her in this game.
Long time no see.
You are... Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone on to Europe to study forensics.
I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad?
You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes, scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit.
I see. I like that people still insist that Case 1-5 isn't canon. Like, it's just some sort of bonus that was added for the game. And they just don't... Some people I've seen are, like, super adamant that it's not canon. And others just don't want to believe it's canon. Like, they refuse to consider it canon for some reason. I don't know why. It's like, I guess they've just never played these games, or probably any of the games past 3, because Capcom is definitely of the opposite opinion. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in those past few years.
Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Sky. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief?
Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on.
You bet we do.
So why are you here, Emma?
Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I'd really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I had just missed you.
How exactly did you know I was here?
Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you.
Is that one of those newfangled cell phones?
I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you.
That's what we call stalking. That's like beyond crazy stalker girl. That's like...
It's the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine a special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking.
Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. I think this girl's performed more forensic science on Edgeworth than anyone else who's actually accused Edgeworth of a crime. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about?
Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said.
What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking?
So let me guess, there's been a murder, right?
Yes, unfortunately. It's a sudden glint in her eyes. I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? Well, I could definitely use her scientific doohickeys right this moment if we're gonna be tracking footprints or some shit. I assume this is another Badger-mobile?
Yeah, but it's a different color than the blue Badger's car.
Yes, this is the retina searing pink model. What's that off in the distance? Oh no. Is that the witness?
Oh, hey, it's the pink Badger! Badger, get!
Badger, 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 Badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? I mean, personally, I'm more of a mushroom guy myself, but...
I think this Badger has something to say to you, Miss Edgeworth.
Are you, by chance, the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance. She better not be the witness. This is gonna suck. Imagine if, like, Phoenix Wright had to cross-examine this. The parrot was an easier time. Oh my fucking god. Why? Guess we only could have one game without her.
Ah, and I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore.
You're... No. Why her? Why here? Why now? Oh, this is cursed. First met this woman 3 years ago. She's a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief.
Edgy poo. Why can't you understand that I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kid's dream alive by staying in character. But you could pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just going to be direct.
I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare.
You're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger? You could say that, but right now I'm just a Pink Badger, dearie.
She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman.
My name is Wendy Oldbag, but you could call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy.
How about annoying?
Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite.
She's the witness, isn't she? Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met?
I go where I'm needed.
Did, like, Gatewater have to... Was this amusement park short staff, so they just took staff straight from the hotel?
I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in where there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. Doesn't matter how. With young girls, why'd you say there? It happened to be. You went and got arranged marriage. We season her at all. Seem to track all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further. Sadly, we have to provoke her.
Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness.
Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be so kind today.
I saw what happened.
Oh, did you? Really? I know what that's like. You said that last time. We know how that turned out. And the time before that, too.
I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that?
Right, of course you did, I'm sure.
So it's true, she is the witness.
I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag.
Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder.
You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes?
Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me.
Oh, good. I'm gonna fuck her up with facts and logic. She deserves it.
I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in the area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately.
What's that unfortunately you tacked on to the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady.
I'm trying to remember what the circumstances that we ended on last time in regards to the body were. You mean you took a break from being the pink badger?
You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat. Your hips crack with pain. You even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I choose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids.
So what did you see while you, the pink badger, were resting?
Oh, yes, that. Well...
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they're so boring I don't even remember much beyond that.
But did they have any special features? Anything that you can recall would be very helpful.
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous.
It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just foes compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest in the instant I laid eyes on them.
You're claimed to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place?
Absolutely! The gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat! What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help.
Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't a lot of new information to go on in your testimony.
Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we?
Well, it was somewhat useful. Her testimony also presents us with a new problem.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So, about this new problem.
What's that giant grin on your face for?
Do you want me to show you something really nice?
No, thank you.
Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're going to like.
Whoa, it's one of the fancy phones with the screen on the outside. What is that gadget you're holding?
What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief.
A cell phone? I should have known it would be worthless.
Oh, don't be like that.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What do you think now?
The fuck is this future tech? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air.
I'm going to put the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all seen. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Oh my god, it's Detective Vision. What is this?
This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I input into Little Thief.
Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a little bit too far.
Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see. Miss Oldbag said that there were two men facing each other. And then, a gunshot rang out, and the victim fell to the ground.
Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past.
See? So what do you think?
I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days.
Well, it is a super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu.
Indeed.
Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange.
In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony.
You got it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification.
Feel free to examine anything in the simulation the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay?
Oh, this is kind of an interesting way to handle testimonies. Now, one thing I'm definitely seeing here right away. If you recall the gunshot wound that we found, the way that it was really could have been accomplished by standing away from the victim. The silhouette of the killer with the gun is ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? How is she supposed to do that?
Well, we can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief.
She has a point. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here.
That's right, but
if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction.
Huh? What? Where?
This is the real scene of the crime. There's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows a missing item? Something that should be here it isn't. Well, I mean, I'm really considering the way that the gunshot wound is. I'm guessing that's probably what he's getting at. I know that that's definitely going to be wrong. Or it's going to be a contradiction at some point. This pendant was around his neck. I'm hoping it's this. Yeah, okay. Just the way that it was like approached didn't make sense to pick that, but this is the contradiction.
Eh? Is something wrong with my recreation?
This is the real scene of the crime. Something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one?
Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right?
Right. The fact that there's no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. I mean... shouldn't... Okay, can we... How is this contradicting her testimony? Like, we have no reason to believe there isn't or is blood here. If this is the scene of the crime, it would be assumed that there is blood. The witness isn't going to mention that. No shit. Someone got shot. It's likely that blood would be here. Why are we just taking this simulation at face value?
Edgy poo. How can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. I don't know, maybe because the simulation's lacking it? Like, what? Okay, well, I guess there would be blood on the actual ground, to be fair. Okay. I mean, fair enough. You know what? I'll give him that one. If this is, like, literally the spot where the two stood and the body was dropped, then yeah, I guess there would be blood on the ground. What is this? Some sort of new attraction? Do we need to present something to her? Do I want to... Or is there something else to... I'm going to present the... Do I need to present this again? Or wait. Yeah, I already talked about that. Okay, no, nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm not sure what it wants me to do. Does it want me to... Oh, I guess I have to piece things together. Oh, I do have two pieces, okay. Well, no, but those don't look like they go together. Okay, there's gotta be something else here. Already talked to her. Oh, here, we can check this stuff out. Looks like they broke the stage down. Ah, that might be it. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start running tomorrow. I think I know what we're getting at here. This almost seems similar to the previous case. If there was a stage here, it could stand a reason... Nope, okay. I was thinking like maybe there was a stage here, and they were actually on the stage, and then the stage got packed away with the blood on it. I don't know why they would do that, but... It's okay. I don't think I have any logic that goes together at the moment. But perhaps I need to. So you believe this gadget will provide us with the proof we need? Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info like this, it can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists. A training sim for thievery? I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that, Kay. It's for practice! Practice! It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking. Even if it is just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although, admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past. I see. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence too. Very well. Let's continue with the investigation. If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask any time, okay? Okay. Oh, okay, so we can... No, I didn't want to do that. Well, but we already clicked on both of these, no? And we already presented evidence here. Now I'm very convinced that the victim was killed here. But why is there no blood? There must be some explanation for this contradiction. Perhaps I should go over all of the information I've gathered one more time. Okay, I guess I am supposed to combine something. But... I don't see how any of this goes together. Oh, okay, I think I see how this might go together. There's no blood maybe because if the victim was in a costume, maybe the costume soaked up all the blood? Is it possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume that there is a very good chance that he was. And that is, if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes. Then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. I think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. Yo, where's that doohickey of yours?
This is amazing. Just feel the power of science.
Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints.
Finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed.
Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints?
Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything.
Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area.
Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look, right here.
I don't see anything.
Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Miss Edgeworth.
Wait, is that why she walks around with pink glasses? These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume.
Judging by the way the prints are layered, they seem to be the newest.
Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at that time. Likely wearing one due to footprints' shape and the lack of blood.
Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief's simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info.
We did it! It wasn't a man who was shot, it was the blue badger! I can't believe this guy would kill him. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died.
And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right?
I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention.
What do you want?
Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please.
I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So does this mean Miss Oldbag's testimony is a contradiction in it?
Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation.
See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into the recreation.
For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. Wait, what did I even get to present? Oh, okay, this was evidence, right? Okay, hands clapping over and two men facing each other in the area. Loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. Very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Okay. Which one of these sounds the most like she doesn't realize one of them was in a costume? This one, maybe? How could you tell it's two men if one of them was in a costume? Two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all.
But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. I'm a seat in the second tier.
Oh, come on. Even if you were in the second tier, surely you'd know if someone was in the costume. The second tier?
Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense.
I see a witness as though there's a few screw loose in the metaphorical sense.
Cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have got on in a good look from there, it's so high up.
Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there?
Well, I know I saw two people. I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow.
Okay.
My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. Not like when I was young.
Alright, so we need to put the two logic together. I think now we've got the ability to solve that. I'm not sure how that really changes anything. I mean, shadow or not, I don't think she would have seen anything in the first place. We know how her testimonies go. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. Alright, so we got Stadium Shadow to punch in here now. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. So that could, if we could find someone who could tell us when the stage was taken down, maybe that would help? Because it would give us a time frame when the murder happened. I'm already seeing one contradiction here. First of all, pretty sure this guy wouldn't be no-clipping into the stage. You know, that this makes it... There's clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on, it wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. Yeesh, I told you got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. Does she remember, or did Kay just, like, suggest it to her? Because it makes the most sense. Are we able to see... Yeah, okay, so this wound will enter his abdomen and exit through his shoulder. Are we sure that's the case? Because if he's staying on top of the stage, it almost seems like it would make sense for the bullet to go through the shoulder and exit the abdomen. Although I guess if he was shot from the front, then it wouldn't come out the stomach, it would come out the back. Starting to think being on top of the stage might also be a contradiction. Yeah, something tells me we still don't quite got it yet. Oh, here comes Interpol. Well, well, what do we have here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. And I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered the real scene of the murder is here, in the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. Yuto! Sir! Oh my god! Well, I don't know if we need to go through all that. And there you have it, see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed up, he shot him from on high. That's the truth of your little recreation showed. No, the truth of the little recreation showed was that somebody was on the stage. Not necessarily Meekins. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we've got.
especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for my understanding, my little crow girl. Not so common crow. And the Yatakarasu, the Raven of Legend. Fortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up.
Hold it!
Looks like we found the real crime scene first. Bring it all you want, but we don't have all that free time, unlike the two of you. You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as he whimpers home. Well, I guess I should be thankful for the time you saved me. Xie. That's how we say thanks in my country. You're welcome. Hope he realizes we didn't do all of this for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place.
I'm glad we're in agreement.
Hold it!
Did this guy ever, like, mention a potential motive for Meekins to kill? Or he's just going fully off the idea that it's his gun, therefore he had to be the one who killed?
Lying in wait? How did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Then why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper?
You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find out for yourself when you talk to him in jail.
You kinda need a motive if you're gonna, like, accuse someone of murder.
You have no respect for the order of law? Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. Lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So the officer lay in wait on top of the stage.
Hold it!
So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright. But we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wants to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't like to see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own? Or maybe there's a completely different reason. What does it matter? Still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below.
Hold it!
So you honestly believe that what you're saying is what really occurred? Hey, you're the ones who came up with this scenario. Are you saying that you doubt yourselves? Touché. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation.
Does that mean it all went down just as he says?
No, not quite. I wonder if what we had recreated earlier was the whole truth.
Okay. So what we have for new evidence? Oh, just the same as the last time. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage, and when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. Okay, I'm wondering if it's now's the time to bring up the idea that he could have possibly been shot from on high. Lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. There's not really any place to hide on the stage, but I don't think that's relevant right now. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
Oh, that did work. Hell yeah. I wasn't sure if I was getting ahead of myself or not.
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that a recreation is incomplete. You cut it quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible.
Huh? Why not?
Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located.
Actually,
I didn't get that good of a look.
Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim.
Then,
Yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above.
a clear contradiction.
You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistake parameter of recreation. Locations should be swapped. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong.
Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say.
I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. I guess that could work, yeah. If this is what happened, it would also explain the positioning of the gunshot wounds. Yo, does that say Max Galactica in the background? It's been a while since we've had a reference to that.
But then, what about the footprints?
Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume.
Okay, I'll try using that data instead.
So in other words, we're just making it more and more likely that Meekins is the killer then. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Would you agree, Agent Lang? Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of a blue Badgermobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. 3 tired tread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern?
Hold it!
Maybe a certain other car that might have been in that garage could do it? The tire marks. Yes, the tire marks. The ones behind the stage. I didn't even realize those were tire marks. I thought that was like some sort of circle someone drew in the ground for some reason. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. Amazing how well preserved those tire marks are despite an entire stage sitting on top of them. As for when they were made, they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct? Yes, and probably around the same time as when the killer's footprints were made. The tires on that blue Badgermobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. I say it's the blue Badgermobile because, well, it's pretty obvious too.
Hold it!
3 tire marks. I have to agree that the blue Badgermobile has 3 tires. Of course. The only thing in this park that could make those marks is that roving shop.
Objection!
Are you forgetting that there are in fact 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto Badgermobiles, Agent Lang.
Now go back!
Of course. I didn't say it couldn't be either of those 2. But I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. You know what that's called? It's called ignoring evidence.
Hold it!
Of course. You have some sort of Of course you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not!
Well, that was blunt.
But suppose it is a lie. It would explain a lot of things, like his movements and his whereabouts.
Hold it!
So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the blue Badgermobile? He must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder.
Hold it!
Besides the blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved. Recall that the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look at that place, he would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regard to that scene?
Looks like the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams.
Only if Agent Lang believes what Agent Lang believes turns out to be true. The 3 tire tread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern?
Do we have something that would show us other things capable of that? Well, there's that. Was it this that showed us the other? No. Okay, so which of these things is going to point out the fact that there's more colors? I know that even Lang said that they're acknowledged that there's more than one vehicle, but he's just like, nah, they don't exist. It's the blue one because I say so. I guess it'd probably be this one.
Hold it!
Oops, I didn't mean to press that button. I meant to press left.
Objection! Knuckle back!
Okay. But the shop on wheels was getting stolen is just a lie. 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. You know, looking at the blue Badgermobile, it doesn't even look like the blue one is a shop. Only the pink one is a shop. Oh, it's probably this that we need to present. Well, actually, wait, no. Because then he's just going to make the argument, he'd be able to make the argument of, well, he drove the blue Badgermobile back with the body and just dumped it on the ground. Why? I don't know. That's just the logic that Lang operates on. He's kind of moved the body to the garage in Wild Wild West there, yeah. But why would he then just dump it on the ground? Is that what we're presenting, maybe? The fact that the body's... I'm wondering if, that's the contradiction, because, I mean... It's just sitting there on the ground. Why would he leave it there? Marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. We don't have the the pink one in evidence, though, is the thing.
Objection!
Okay, what's this? I wasn't sure. There's a couple different things it could have been, especially when there's 2 different images basically showing the same thing.
Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale.
And why is that?
Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekin's blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves the blue Badgermobile never been to this stadium?
Oh! The tires are clean? That's what we're going with? Okay. I didn't think they'd go into that much detail, but it wouldn't be the first time I assumed that. And assumed wrong.
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed.
Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badgermobile? Yeah, throw her under the bus! Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time the second tier seats.
Indeed. I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. Unfortunately. However, there's yet one more roving store, as I recall.
Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger?
That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of a Proto-Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto-Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it.
Hey, did you hear something?
Is that the kidnappee? How did he escape?
Oh, me. Oh, shit. Are you alright?
Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time?
Wild West. With kidnappers.
It was in the room next to the one I was held in.
Ran away using underground. Got lost.
Kidnappers? What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say.
The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes.
Did you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman.
A woman? Why, it's an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Gee, thanks. Also, those glasses are ugly. Now, you're going to get out of my crime scene, or am I going to have to get rough? Ugh. Yen? Wait, what is that word? I've never seen that sort of, like, exasperation before.
You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Oh, no. Not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily.
Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you. That's right, I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate?
Fair maidens? My, you little rascal, you should know your way into a woman's heart.
And she says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever.
Time to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine, we're leaving. You deal with the guy on the ground. We're not gonna touch him. You want us to leave, we'll leave. If he dies, it's your fault.
Looks like we got the boot again.
With that saved, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder.
You mean the infighting between the kidnappers?
Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Tell me it's true. Tell me that you really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium.
Then my little Lance is unhurt.
He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang.
Poor Lance. Must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a...
Is there, like, a possibility that Ernest is somehow the kidnapper? I'm trying to think how that could even work. But, like, is that even a possibility? Like, tell me I'm wrong here, because he's just hanging out here. I don't know. I guess not. He just seems suspicious for some reason. Maybe it's the ears.
Miles, my boy, what can I think you of enough?
It was nothing.
Oh, I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. Almost forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him.
A letter? What's this letter?
Ah, the way Lance is being chased after by a woman reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe I received yet another love letter, you know? Yeah, take a look for yourself.
Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? It's a very simple love letter. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again, your beloved Viola. Why is it... Why are the letters tripping? Yeah, that's a perfectly normal, insane love letter for sure. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. Also, what's with the stamp? It's just a smiley face. Someone just, like, took a Sharpie and drew a smiley face where the stamp's supposed to go. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. Wasn't Tender Lender in a different game? Mentioned in one of the other games? I thought it was. Letter for Lance Amano. The sender is the Tender Lender Loan Company. Wait, can I actually present the letter to him? No, fuck. Show me the letter.
Oh, that must be something quite a bit of value.
It's a letter from a loan company. It's paper.
But then, all things have some value attached to them.
This guy probably thinks that bananas cost $10 or something.
Only by probing deep into the unknown can we become true readers of this world, Miles.
Thanks, but knowledge isn't what's going to make me a winner here. It's information. Ah, but with information comes knowledge. Of the information. That's how knowledge works. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose. If they were me, then... I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because... This isn't just any ordinary ring. I still can't believe he gave her a fucking ring pop. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Oh, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out? Or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Urbano. And so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Okay, her father's 100% the kidnapper. Oh, I see. No, 10 years ago he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. For so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we ever have to meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time.
So I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident.
If you were here the whole time, you would definitely know about any other incident. How'd you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition.
You base everything off of that?
I know everything when it comes to my Lance. What's really strange? It really must be destiny.
Okay, she just basically inadvertently admitted to kidnapping, so case closed.
She started fantasizing again. So, what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there's one location that might hold a clue or two. Well, I'd say we just go straight to the source. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout.
We're still not allowed in, remember?
Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Hey Jack, how's it going? It's Key Lady. Yeah, the one with the giant key in her hair. What do you think that key's used for? Surely it's gotta be used for something. What do you have to report? Sir! Nothing unusual out of the ordinary, sir. Never heard such redundancy before. Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir! Roger, sir! That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir! That's true, sir, but... Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. I could refuse a request from him.
Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following.
Furthermore, I was asked to give you this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture. Isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon?
But the names here says Colin Devoy.
That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devoy was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in the case 10 years ago and sent to prison.
What? What is he doing here?
Apparently he broke out of jail, and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact he was an escaped felon. While making an anagram of your name is certainly a clever choice, I feel like that might be a little easy to see through by some smarter people. The key's used for a Guilty Gear cosplay? You know, I bet she would. I don't know, is ABA a ninja? She seems to have a thing for ninjas. And also stealing, although she claims she's never stolen before.
I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout.
Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later.
More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. And now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what you're saying. Could you explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room, so they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. Oh, ABA sounds almost more like that's something Oldbag would do a cosplay of. But she's busy cosplaying as the Pink Badger, so I guess that's out of the question. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed.
Well, you were tied up for a while in the room next door.
Hey, please. Must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Who's Agent Lang? Interpol. some reason Interpol is involved in this case. What seems to just be a domestic case, but maybe one of the kidnappers is like an escaped or some like international criminal or something. Actually, can we take a look at where's my stuff? Can I take a look at that note again? I didn't actually read it. I forgot to. Yeah, I want to read this. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pen E. Dent Prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. How much you want to bet this is Pop's father? I mean, this man's clearly not against using fake names. Could be.
Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's a broken mirror. Probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Like this coffee. It's been sitting here much too long. Cheap styrofoam cups.
Looks like only 3 cups were used.
Why were 3 cups of coffee poured, but no one drank them? These people must have been left in a hurry. Wait, there's 3 cups, though. Who's the 3rd one for? Or maybe this is like a break room for the mascots. That could be it, actually. I wonder what this key is to.
You got me.
Reminds me of the key we found in the other room.
That's it. Has to be the key for one of those trapdoors.
That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. I'm pretty sure the word trapdoor is very apt for it, regardless of how she entered it.
Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one?
I'm not having this conversation with you. The poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Folding chairs. By the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers.
There are 3 chairs set around the table.
The fact that there's 3 is definitely an interesting development here, because up to this point, we've only assumed that there was 2 kidnappers. So unless they were being very nice to their victim... Beyond this door.
That's where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you.
So you keep reminding me.
But it's the room where I got to see your awesome face.
You don't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Are you going to play Sonic Shadow Generations? Game looks very interesting. Yes. I've been planning a Sonic Generations streams for quite a while. Was even kind of considering it being the next Sonic game I streamed. And then they announced the sort of remaster DLC expansion, whatever you want to call it thing. So I was like, perfect. That's what we're going to play. It's one of the reasons I'm actually playing Astrobot before October. Was because I'm planning to make Sonic the very first game I stream after October is over. So yeah, it's gonna be like pretty much right when it comes out. It comes out in like the last week of October or something, right? Like pretty much right at the end. It's supposed to be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes.
It's so sad.
It would seem that they would throw the costumes away in pieces. In the hideout there is a trash bin for old and useless costumes.
Oh, they have barrels like these just outside.
Yes, and?
Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them?
There's an expectant gleam in her eyes. I'm about to dash. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Oh, they really broke it. Holy shit. Wait, this is in part of the door. It's like a sword.
Looks like a sword. A broken sword.
Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Who would that belong to? Swords don't usually break on their own.
That's true.
Alright then. Let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Maybe victim trying to escape or something?
That doorknob handled thingy is looking pretty beat up.
I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way and win with brute force.
Hey, that's odd. Locking this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent.
But how is that possible after what the officer told us?
Yeah, the lock had been used when the door was busted down. Then the lock itself should be completely wrecked.
So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? What if the door wasn't locked and they just thought it was locked? Like they just assumed it was locked, realized they didn't have the key, and then just decided to use brute force to knock it down for no reason. Really wonder how long Shadow Generation is going to be. It looks like it has, at least so far it's been confirmed, that there's like maybe about half of Sonic Generations in terms of stages. The only question then becomes, is it going to be 2 acts with Shadow? Because every environment in Sonic Generations had 2 acts. But Shadow is a single character, so there's also the chance it could only just be 1 act per. And a lot of his gameplay might take place in the Frontiers, like, hub world section. But I'm going to assume at least, like, half as long as the main game, most likely. At least in terms of story length. Who knows what other kind of bonus stuff they might add in there. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up wide and open. Be careful where you step, Kay.
I only fell into the other opening once, you know.
Yeah, just don't touch... Make sure you use the ladder this time, and I think everything will be fine. Should we go down here?
Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room, too.
It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay.
I know that.
The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Sign advertising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in.
Yeah, but I do. I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see.
She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. Alright, I think we got all we need here. Alright, let's start piecing together the evidence. Is she single? Yeah, she's also 13. So I don't think she has any boyfriend or girlfriend at all. What we have, so caution pieces, 3 cups, broken prop sword, folding chairs. Well, it's clear that there is more than 2 people in here hanging out, enjoying some coffee. Salt Walter versus the best cocktail you've ever had. Salt Walter? I'm gonna assume you mean water. Best cocktail I've ever had. Well, aren't most cocktails like alcoholic? Can we include like fruit punch? I mean, fruit punch I don't like because it's overly sweet and doesn't taste anything like fruit half the time. And when you try mixing a bunch of real fruit juice together, it just tastes disgusting. Man, that's a hard one because both sound pretty shit. I guess I'll still take the fruit punch over the salt water though. Ugh. I had to like, when I was a kid and I get sick really bad, I was forced to gargle salt water in an attempt to like help. I don't know if it actually was helpful or not, but like we'd take water from the tap and just dump a crap ton of salt into the cup, mix it together, and I had to gargle it. And then you swallow that stuff, and it's like, oh, it doesn't even taste salty. It just tastes really weird. Like, it didn't even taste salty. It was just a really bad taste, and I hate it. And I'm good on drinking salt water. Even like if you can, I've compared it to seawater, and seawater tastes salty. What we did not taste salty. It just tasted off. I don't really know how to describe it. Despite the fact that it's literally just water and salt. But it didn't taste salty.
common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3.
Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers.
Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see?
That 3rd kidnapper could be the real perpetrator. She's as tall as Edgeworth. But we don't know how tall Edgeworth is, do we? See, I was thinking that earlier. She is pretty tall. She could be a tall 13-year-old. I've seen them. There was a kid in my 7th grade class who was only 12. And I think she had to at least be like 5'6" or 7. So one could argue that she's really tall. We could also argue that Edgeworth is really short. I don't think it's there's any official description on Edgeworth's height, is there? Never swallowed it. Well, I didn't swallow it either, but like, you know, when you're gargling it, like, it still goes on your tongue. And then sometimes, yeah, you do swallow a little bit of it. I tried not to swallow it. You still taste it though. It's going into your mouth. Nothing you can do about that. Even if you like plugged your nose, because like if you plug your nose, you don't taste things as easily. It was still such a potent flavor that did nothing. It was not helpful at all. I bet these two are related.
It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time.
But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open.
A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed?
So that's how the sword broke. Wait, how did the sword... How was it used to jam the door? Is it a pulling door on the outside too? Like, would they have had to... Like, normally if you were to try and open that door, would you have to pull it open? Because I can't see any other way that the sword would break. I guess it must have been, right? Because, like, how else could you have used the sword to jam the door if it was a push type? It would have to be a pull. I don't know, just because the fact that, like, there's a pulling handle on the inside means that it can also open inwards, not just outwards. Or is this one of those stupid doors where they use a pulling handle on a push door? I hate those doors.
Thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered.
Oh my god! What the fuck? What is he doing here? Oh shit! It's the 3rd kidnapper! Did you know there are going to be levels in Shadow Generations based off the movie? Yeah, there's like a DLC coming out for it in like December. Which is surprising. I didn't think they were going to have something like that. I mean, the game is pretty short, so I don't think I'll be playing it that long, but I guess I'll definitely make sure to play the DLC regardless, though, whenever it comes out. But it'll probably be like an extra part long after the playthrough's done. It's not going to be 100% playthrough because some of the missions in Generations are bullshit, and to this day I still haven't beaten them. So unless they changed the way that some of them work, like that vector volleyball stupid thing that you have to do, I'm not doing 100% of Generations. And certainly not going for the red coins or the red rings. Because, like, I've never found all the red rings in any Sonic game.
What is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct?
What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that?
This is an underground passage, used by my staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay?
I beg your pardon, miss.
Out of badger get! Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
Did you forget the photo rally? Duh! See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done. Ah, yes. I vaguely recall another contest of something of that sort. Bye! What? It's gone! But where did it go? Hmm? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir! Oh.
Is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it.
I heard about how they were stolen. They said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little bit more about these costumes you use. What did you mean by a bad badger costume is missing?
Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 bad badger short.
Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times.
Okay, so because of one of them is walking around in the park,
Then the others should be in that room.
actually both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume.
Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger?
Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total.
Are you saying there are 4 kidnappers?
No, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh,
Recall the costumes for a minute.
the stolen ones, you mean?
What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? Is it the fact that the head is still gone? Well, okay, so there was a head sitting on the floor in this room when Edgeworth was in here. But the body is gone. We don't know where the rest of the head is gone now. So does that mean that before someone only took like the bottom part of the costume? Is it the fact that this is here still?
Take that!
If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for a full set and steal a pink badger costume instead?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because the bottom part of the other bad badger costume was gone even when Edgeworth was locked in this room. Only the head was left, so did they just come back for the head because they forgot it earlier? And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes. The question is, why? Being all the extra missions in Generations sounds like a skill issue. I don't know, that mission fucking sucks. Also, like, some of the missions just, I don't know. Maybe. I'll see what we do. I'll take a look at them again. It's not like I'm not gonna do some of them, but I'm not gonna bash my head against, like, a couple of missions just because some of them are stupidly hard. Definitely not doing red rings, though. That's just, no. I'm good. I'm good on the rings. I was wondering if you don't mind. Mr. Proto Badger, how did you know my name? You're pretty famous, sir. I would think that most people know who you are. Famous? Me? Absolutely, sir. You're always very active in the community, I hear.
I didn't know you're such a celebrity, Mr. Edgeworth.
I feel like I've met this person before. Maybe it's just my imagination? What if this is Phoenix Wright? Wouldn't that be funny? Just like takes the head off and Phoenix is there. He just doesn't want anyone to know it's him. Oh, he didn't click on these chairs. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in the folded state.
Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off.
They look pretty off to me.
I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away.
I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Alright, can we do any info? Unaccounted for Bad Badger costume pieces. Maybe one of the costumes was broken? The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think.
Hmm? What do you mean?
That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that's wearing some very telltale pants?
Hey, you're right. Let's get out of there and take a look.
As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume.
Well, minus the head.
Damn, how did this happen? Oh, we have to... I was left in the isolation room? Could that be it? Well, okay, wait. Why would this costume have a hole in the hand? What punctured it? It's not gonna be this. I mean, are we... No. Okay, hang on. I wonder why this Bad Badger's costume's right hand is torn up like that.
Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger. I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast.
It's not doubt that even the real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Oh, you want... Actually, I think I do know what this is from. Oh. I thought maybe, like, the guy got stabbed in the hand with a sword or something. If fake or not, it's probably still dangerous. Ah. Damn it. Okay. I have to think a little harder. Who got kidnapped? I'll show you in a second. Actually, I can show you now. This guy. Where is he? Was he even on here? Yeah, this guy. Lance Amano. Son of Ernest Amano. Some rich kid. I don't know why he was kidnapped. I don't think that was... I don't recall that being mentioned. But this guy got kidnapped, and then this guy called Edgeworth to deliver some ransom money to the kidnappers, who he was supposed to meet at this park. But it turned out to be a trap. So I don't know why he was kidnapped, what the motive was for the kidnappers or anything like that. We were just being the middleman, that was it. Okay, so we need to do something with the hand, I think. Only can envision the truth in my head, be one step closer to it. Okay. Maybe we're... No? We don't have any more evidence to... Alright, I guess we're gonna have to deal with this then. So how would this have... Is it the... No, we don't have anything else. Is it this? No, it's not. Okay. Do we have the evidence or not? Is he implying that I need to find more logic to deduce? But I've clicked on everything. We've deduced all logic. Okay, there's gotta be something here we can do. But what would it be? I'm assuming there's a swap with one person getting into some type of suit so they would be mistaken as someone else. Yeah, I'm thinking that there probably was something like that too. There was definitely the implication of that near the start because... So there's 8 costumes, 2 for each character, but there's supposed to only be 1 of each character running around the park at any given time. So only 4 should ever be in use at once. So the fact that there's multiple means that they're trying to deceive someone. Not just hide themselves, but actually, like, frame someone else probably. Is there evidence here that would explain why there's a hole in the hand? Like, could it be from the gun? Was this the costume that he was wearing? But his hands don't have any wounds. Okay, that's enough guessing. I don't think we can do this yet. 3 folding chairs over on this side. I can't say they're arranged as nicely as their siblings to the right.
You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be.
I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Yes, having a couple of chairs misplaced is very chaotic, Edgeworth.
Hey, don't slander inside of me all in one shot.
Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack.
But doesn't explain the hand.
I guess I never did click on it with A, to be fair.
Look, its hand is hurt.
Looks more like something was ripped off of it. Something was ripped off of it. So what was on it? Okay, that changes things a little bit. If it was ripped off... What do we have that would have been ripped off, though? I don't... I mean, okay, I'm just double checking. But I think, yeah, okay. So we have to be able to do something with this. So something was ripped off the hand. Unless we're not supposed to click on this part? Okay, right hand's torn up. Alright. Do we want to click on the head maybe and maybe put the head here? See if it fits? No, it's not a contradiction at all. If anything, that's the opposite of a contradiction. Of course, it's a head that's for its costume, probably. Only I can envision the truth in my head be one step closer to it. The killer would need to be able to fire the gun to kill the man. Yeah. I mean, I don't see any reason why you can't fire the gun with this costume. I think we're just assuming that there's nothing wrong with shooting someone or utilizing a gun while wearing this costume. I think we're just agreeing that that is a possibility because the evidence that we found so far means that both the victim and the perpetrator were both wearing costumes at the time of the killing. And it's likely that it was actually kidnappers killing each other. So the person that we found in the garage here, this guy, Mr. Deacon, probably one of the kidnappers as well. I don't remember if I tried that or not, but man, this is like the hardest one yet. Unless there's something else I'm missing. But I don't think there'd be anything else. But I don't know what like evidence would be. Would it be this? No. I don't have any like logic or anything to do. We're out of logic. I already tried the sword. So something was ripped off the costume. I mean, even if it was like he ripped it off so he could handle a gun, there's no gun in here, so we can't even use that as evidence. If this is Mr. Deacon's costume, well, we already tried that though. I'm not really sure what he's getting at. I don't know, I don't feel like I have the evidence. Seemed that they throw costumes away in pieces, yeah. But like we tried the head and the head wasn't it. Is this the killer suit? We don't know if it's the killer suit or not. It was just found in this blue box. You think you said the answer before? Were you talking about using the gun? The killer would be able to follow this. Yeah, but I think I don't know. I feel like we're just assuming that, like, that's not an issue for people in these costumes, is to fire the gun. Okay, you participate in that Blue Badger photo rally?
Yeah, I figured since I came all this way, might as well. Plus, I want the prize.
The prize?
It's a handcuff-shaped notepad. Wait, or is it a notepad-shaped set of handcuffs?
Either way, they both sound incredibly useless.
Hey, you don't know that. I'm sure I can figure out what to use it for, whichever it is.
Notepad might be useful, but I don't see when she will ever need a set of handcuffs. So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoners in.
You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room.
As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout...
That means there should be some clues to their identities here, right?
I don't know if there are, however the probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. Well, that doesn't help me here. Yeah, what's your idea for this? Specifically this puzzle. Because there's nothing else to click on is the problem. Like, okay, let's look at the... Is there anything else missing on this guy? Wait, is this the evidence? Hang on. There it is. I believe what we have here is an inconsistency.
Between what?
I mean, yeah, no shit, the gun's missing. It's a broken costume. Why do you think it was tossed in the trash? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be.
Oh, the gun.
Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold the gun in his right hand. However... You there! Did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. Seems our kidnapper has also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. A fake gun for a fake killing, perhaps? But from the Bad Badger costume, it's capable of firing blanks. Honestly, I didn't even think that gun would be, like, attached to the costume itself. I think we're about done with this room.
So what's next?
Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have yet to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I think that's kind of what was throwing me off, is like, why would the gun be attached to the costume? That seems weird to me. How would it be attached to the costume? Like, you can't sew a gun onto a costume. Glue, I guess? That's some pretty strong glue. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Gotta hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a Blue Badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What?
Isn't that one of the kidnappers? What one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo. That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might be able to get there before the wolf boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. There's a lot of, like, portions to each of these, or chapters to each of these cases. It's a lot more, like, split up than Phoenix Wright usually is. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Well, this one looks a little more intact. Oh.
Was it out here in the open all along?
No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. Okay, well, there's obviously something super suspicious here. What do we have here?
Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too.
Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon? Is it possible that these two... Uh-oh. Easier. I like that that Lance is still handcuffed. Like, how has no one uncuffed him yet? Aren't, like, all cuff keys supposed to be the same or something? Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Huh? A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see.
Lauren, hey, that's a name engraved on this.
It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Ah, we have you now, Miss Kidnapper.
No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage.
So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I still can't call this case solved. Or over. Hey, guys. Case closed. Get in the car. Get the car ready. I mean a special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor. What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in this murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. What are you calling a sham? The officer's gun did not show any signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. Didn't he say earlier that it had to be his gun because he lost it? And now he's just suddenly saying, I guess it's not. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it is you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it.
Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops,
Yes,
I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder.
but why? Well, I'm the kidnapper and the killer. Wasn't that enough?
It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? Had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away at the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. Can people not jump to conclusions? She's definitely not one of the killers. Wait, she is. I know, right? Like, so here's the thing. if people didn't jump to conclusions, I feel like these cases would be solved much sooner. Second of all, we've had an equal amount of times of people just admitting to crimes they have not committed. Like, why are you doing that? Why are you potentially incriminating yourselves for no reason? Why?
The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. He knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan. But as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Yeah, but you're not the victim. So you're telling me you did this in self-defense? Also, aren't you rich? Why do you need the money?
There. Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much.
Miss Pops, is what you really said the truth?
Yes, it is.
If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. The fun part of a confession is that it can be forced out of an innocent person. You can't do that though. You can't force a confession. I mean, it can be forced out of someone, but that doesn't make it a true confession. A confession under distress is usually inadmissible in a court of law, I thought.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times? That's it?
Yes.
They only met a few times. I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he told someone who wasn't especially close to him. Isn't that right, Sihina?
Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
I bet he didn't see that one coming.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh no. What should I do?
Okay, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? Stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. Always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony.
Yes, of course.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet this Lance is that old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano.
I always figured that was it too. What I was envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus.
That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Hold it!
I still say she killed her father. Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself?
Well, first, we captured Lance. Ooh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. I thought you knew how to steal people away.
Shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know. But somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but...
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Is that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers. Well, it's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon would have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops.
Take that!
Miss Pops, you don't know, do you? But this piece of evidence will tell you exactly who you really are. Oh. It did it? Well. That's I guess I'm probably on the right track. I'm just getting ahead of the game. Which, you know, classic Phoenix Wright. Alright, I'll try this again. That's probably the objection we need to present on, though. What's wrong, Kay?
I can't believe she was betrayed. I kind of feel sorry for her.
I feel a little sorry for her too, however, I wish she would tell us the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. But I'll give it another careful listen and see. Okay. One came with the kidnapping plans, Mr. Deacon. We knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Ma would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Was he the one that also tried to kill Edgeworth? I think we need to press this last one, though.
Hold it!
I wish the game explained why it was the wrong answer. Maybe sometimes, too, I wish it did, but I feel like if it did, it would make the puzzles too easy. I've said this so many times before, but really, I feel like some of these puzzles need multiple solutions. Because a lot of the time, there's multiple pieces of evidence that make perfect sense to be the solution. Or like, you'll think there should be a point where you can sequence break a little bit. Like if you feel like you're on the right track, and there is an indication that what you're presenting should be the correct answer, but you're just doing it too early, it should just let you do it. You know, reward you for figuring things out a little early. Obviously, if you just go rock up to the killer at the start of a case and be like, I know you're the killer and here's why, that would be a little weird. But in like this kind of situation, I have a feeling that note about the escaped convict is going to be very important very soon. Almost to the point that it should be important now. But, you know, if we're just doing it a little early, I feel like I should be rewarded for that. Ace Attorney's a visual novel. I'm really here for a challenge, but the story... I mean, fair, but I think I consider Ace Attorney also a puzzle game at the same time. It's just as much of a visual novel as it is a puzzle game. It really does feel like some older, well, kind of point and clicks. There's definitely some older detective games that one could argue are visual novels in spirit, but they're very puzzle focused. Let's raise an objection. I think that's important here. I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. Why?
Hold it!
Okay. So we gotta prove why. I can show you this piece of evidence. Oh, is it the... Oh, right. It's probably this, isn't it?
Take that!
Yeah. Which, let's be real, same thing as presenting the note.
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with a piece of evidence, shows who you really are. Oh, here we go. Is it this? Or is it this? Which is it gonna be? Oh, we never did, like, look at this. Lauren D is engraved into this pendant.
I see it, they wrote out her first name, but why just a D?
Maybe it's a result of poor planning.
I guess. Well, at least if they had to shorten my name, I could make it K. Faraday. That way, even if you just sound it out, it'd still be my name, K. Faraday.
I suppose if I had to do the same, I'd also abbreviate it as M. Edgeworth.
Hold on, I think you should abbreviate it as M.E. Get it?
Would have thought this little pendant could serve such a strange conversation. It's okay. We know we're presenting this.
Take that.
And I bet we're going to present the note very soon after this, too. These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material.
I believe these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
Oh, no, this can't be.
So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Oh, you mean the thing I was trying to present earlier? Oh, yeah, look at that! 3 pieces of evidence, back to back to back. All I did was present the last one first. See, that should have been possible. I should have gone a correct answer presenting this first. You know, just like it's a visual novel, there should be branching paths. Let me present this first, changes up the conversation a little, bring the other 2 pieces of evidence back in. That's all you'd have to do. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devoy, the name that is etched on the horse pendant.
What?
An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what is written in Mr. Devoy's dossier. What I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind... Oh, okay, don't let me read it all. Right, let's go with, here. That's probably good enough. I've never had to, like, point at words on paper in here before. Mr. Devoy had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
That's a lie. That person was not my father.
He couldn't come out and tell you he was his father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in the kidnapping plot? And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. My least favorite puzzles are ones that only make sense when looking back on it. Making a good puzzle like this is definitely a tricky thing. Because one person's stream of logic can be completely different from another person's stream of logic. And so yeah, sometimes that does make a puzzle look more appropriate when you look back on it. But I don't think that necessarily makes a puzzle bad. Because everyone is going to think differently. And even like a perfectly sound and normal puzzle that most people think are fine, one person is going to look at it and be like, that's a stupid puzzle. Why does this only make sense in hindsight? And they're going to be the only person like that. So it's a very tricky thing, but I don't think there's anything wrong with making a puzzle that might not totally make sense to everyone, because that can also make the puzzle too easy. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano.
and the two of them made a good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right?
You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter?
That's right. As one really rotten family.
Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence.
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing.
Hold it!
You think they knew?
Yeah, I don't think that only the victim knew. I think that girl realized it as well. They both knew that the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't.
Because he was on the lam.
You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore,
Hold it!
One is a butler and one is the friend of the son, you mean?
they probably thought that was their best shot.
Is that what you honestly believe?
Of course.
Hold it!
This guy makes up good stories, but is kind of shit at presenting evidence to back him up. Makes up the kind of stories like, well, you can't prove otherwise. Except we totally can prove otherwise.
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair.
The butler and the girlfriend.
No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those roles well.
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence.
Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary.
Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one.
You better hurry up and do something, or or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad.
I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did two of them really knowingly commit this crime as father and daughter? It's no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in House of Romano, and two of them made good use of their meetings to plan the kidnapping. Possible that they knew it. Okay, what do we have in relation to any of this? The note? But this is from Lance. Okay, this implies... This implies that... No, this is a different person, though. That's Viola. That's not Lauren at all, though. Do we present this again, maybe? We thought he might head for where his wife and Soldara, but as far as fans, he's yet to show up. Well, it'd be this. They've been surveying the... Lauren this whole time. Reunite pair became involved in the House of Romano. I don't think it is possible, because... They were surveying, they were watching over Lauren, and he never showed up. So that has to be it, right?
Objection!
No, okay. I think this is the right thing, but I think I'm just presenting it in the wrong place. That first real case in Ace Attorney 1 really turned me off from the games. Probably just salty from that case. I don't know, I think the first real case, I don't think there's... I'm trying to... What part of that did you not like? Because to me, most of that stuff in there, if anything, case 1-2 is probably one of the more sensical cases in the series. And probably has the least amount of bullshit. You think it's the fourth statement? Two of them make good use of means of applying. Oh yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Because he talks directly about the meeting, but this one would contradict saying they've never met each other. Nope, apparently that's not it. That was a good guess though. That would have been the next one I would have done. Oh, is this new? Wait, this is new. No, this is not new. It's kind of new, but not really. He has apparently multiple rebuttals for the wrong answer. Huh. Yeah, I would have agreed on that one. Okay, two of them made good use of their means plan. Okay, this still feels like the right statement, but we need to prove that they didn't meet. But how would we do that? Do we fully take a look at this one? Well, we know this one. Okay. I don't think there's going to be anything relevant on here. No, I don't think there's anything relevant here. As if Edgeworth knows anything about love. This man's too dedicated to his job. He doesn't have time to love. Unless he's secretly going out with Gumshoe, you know. Surely a man like Gumshoe can't totally survive on just noodles all day, every day. 365 days a year. We haven't used this letter yet, but I don't see how this letter is relevant at the moment. I feel like it's going to be either statements 2 or 4, because both of them are proposing facts that might not be true. The rest are just like describing them in detail, elaborating on them. It was when Mr. White, dressed in purple, said that she was hit in the head twice and presented the autopsy that she was struck in the head. Yeah. The autopsy never said that she was struck 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, or 1,000,000 times. It just said she was struck in the head. So, to me, that seems fine that that was wrong. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it was only once versus twice. Well, that still makes sense, I think. He survives on noodles and, noodles. Did we drop frames at some point? Did, like, the stream go out for a second at some point? I just noticed that OBS is, like, a shit ton of frames dropped. Man, Shaw's just been, like, doing so well lately. So much better than usual. Internet's gone out, like, in the last... It was fine Friday, but every other stream last week was, like, almost ready to go out. If not going out. I think it went out once last week, and it went out once this week already. And I don't know why. There's nothing we can do about it. It's either this or no internet at all. That's our choices. Okay, I have no It was no coincidence Reunite pair became involved. 2 of them made good use of their meetings to plan this kidnapping. How do we prove they've never met? It's gotta be this. To them are father and daughter. Is it possible they both knew that fact? Well, it seems like he might have known that fact. But I'm thinking that she didn't know that fact. Because, like, this paper states that he was going to head to where his wife and daughter were. So that would imply that he knew... The police thought that he knew who his daughter still was. But she said earlier that she probably wouldn't be able to recognize her own father. But we can't present... We can only present evidence. Possibly they both knew that fact. No coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. If this was the proper statement, what would be the contradiction here? That the fact that they both... that she became... I wonder if this is relevant somehow, after all. I mean, it's about a completely different person. I don't know who this Viola is. Unless that's like another fake name for Lauren. Feels like it could have been made clear. I mean, I guess they could have said she was struck once. I mean, yeah. I can kind of see that. I don't know. I get like later on in the series, they definitely say if someone, they specify if someone is struck multiple times, but usually just don't say anything if someone is struck once in the autopsy reports. But I don't think that's a bad puzzle per se. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. Because like you would catch that like, well, it doesn't say multiple times. You're supposed to definitely take the evidence very literally in Phoenix Wright. And a lot of the time you really are just supposed to like take things at face value. There's a couple of times where you're supposed to present things based on previous statements, but it's not often. And I think the reason they don't do it very much is because you don't have the ability to do a history thing. That said, though, previous knowledge of previous testimonies can come in handy when trying to deduce the correct evidence, because of like you'd be more easily to tell, well, this is this way because of something someone said earlier. Like, I'm only really looking at, unless it's like a written thing like this where there's like words on a page, you know, I'm only really looking at what is said in this description, because that's all that matters. Okay, I don't think it's going to be anything on this page. It could be related to this. But I don't see how that's possible. Two of them made good use of their means to plan this camera. Okay, yeah, like this makes sense to contradict, because according to that note, they shouldn't have met each other, right? This note says that it implies that he knows who his daughter is, but she probably doesn't know him, based on what she said earlier. But it also says he's yet to show up. So the fact that the police don't know that hasn't shown up yet probably means he was that's because he was already had to change identity. He was pretending to be someone else. Therefore, they would have kind of known each other in that way, as like butler and girlfriend of the son. Two of them are father and daughter, but it's possible they both know the fact. Well, okay, I already tried presenting on there, so it's not going to be that one. Granted, two of them are father and daughter. Yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing this. We already tried presenting the letter there. Is it possible that they both knew that fact? I don't think so, because like looking at this pendant, it's got a completely different name. Would she have like known about this pendant and been like, oh, looks kind of like my wings, but it's a different pen? Well, she seemed pretty shocked when we put the pendants back together. Like she didn't even believe that it was possible for them to be even. It does not help because Nick, the entire case was super unhelpful, not giving me an extra hints. Well, no, the Phoenix Wright games don't like giving you extra hints. They never give you extra hints. Only the tutorial cases ever give you extra hints, so you can help learn the mechanics. But the rest of the cases do not hold your hand in any way. Apparently, some of the newer games are much easier and do kind of hold your hand, and that's one of the reasons people don't like them as much. I definitely would kind of agree with that to some extent for the Professor Layton crossover. Especially since there's literal hit coins that you can use to cheat the cases. But the original trilogy, yeah, no, definitely does not hold your hand. That's not to say that every puzzle is perfect, but I think a lot of the time it's doing its best to skirt that line as close as possible. And it's kind of why I like them. But yeah, there's definitely, I still say that there should be multiple solutions. I don't think things should necessarily be, the evidence shouldn't necessarily be clear, because I think a lot of the time the evidence is clear. Especially like in hindsight, I'm looking at like, oh yeah, this is, I see how this was my fault, and I definitely missed this thing. But a lot of time, like we just saw here, you know, I don't see why I shouldn't have been able to present the letter first, or the note, wherever this is, dossier, first, and then move on to the pendants, right? I feel like that should have worked. The order of operations there doesn't make a lot of sense. And there was definitely some couple of times in Phoenix Wright as well, where the order of operations didn't make any sense, because literally both pieces of evidence I tried were presented and described and talked about in the very next sentence. So that'd be something I'd like to see if they ever make a new game. A 7th Phoenix Wright game. But for here, I don't know, should we try presenting this one? Is it possible they both knew that fact? No, I don't think it is, because like even their names were different. His name was different. His real name is Oliver Deacon. Or his real name is Colin Devory, but not Oliver Deacon. Do we have something specifically for Deacon? What's his real name in history? No, okay. It's impossible they both knew that fact. No, okay. No coincidence, Renee pair. I feel like it wasn't a coincidence, yeah. But I don't have anything that like directly would apply to this statement. It's gonna make good use of the means to plans can be. Yeah, okay, so two views. How do we prove that they never met up before? I don't think the pendants are relevant at the moment. This letter is weird, but I don't see how it's relevant either. I feel like it has to be this. But we already tried that. Is it the 5th statement, maybe? Do I present it here? No. Maybe I'm getting too hung up on this dossier, but I don't know where else I'd put it. Or what else I would put in here. It's more like I press on you, hit her once, and then she tried to get around you, and when I press, Nick just says, but I didn't kill her, and that's it. Yeah. What else what else do you expect them to say? A lot of the time, the pressing isn't that useful. Like, honestly, you rarely ever need to press. The pressing isn't meant to be a hint most of the time. Pressing is only relevant when it's supposed to be relevant. Like when it's supposed to unlock a new piece of testimony, or you're supposed to get like a special choice interaction, like a special objection like we had earlier here. But for the most part, pressing means nothing. I kind of wish pressing had a little more depth to it. But like, the game says to press everything, but you don't actually need to press anything. Except for when you do. And it actually like triggers a flag. That's the only reason you press. The information and the dialogue that's in there, always useless. Every single time. It means nothing. Unless it unlocks a piece of testimony or leads to a special thing. Because the only stuff that you're actually trying to contradict is the green text that makes up the testimony. Like we're doing right now. Just ask about any information, more information. I mean, yeah, sometimes like Phoenix's reactions definitely surprise me compared to what I would probably have thought he would do. But yeah, a lot of the time, I mean, the only reason I press everything on stream is just for the flavor text. That's it. Like, I go through the motions of doing it because I know I sometimes need to, and just in case it does something useful. But the only reason I try and press everything is just for the flavor text, because I know that the actual text itself, completely pointless. But right now, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. Was there... This game hasn't tried to pull the press one thing once, then press another thing again to get actual information. That I don't like, because that doesn't make any sense to me, and there's yet to be a scenario where it's actually felt logical. I will give you that one. The double pressing thing has always been stupid and has yet to proven itself to actually be a fun mechanic. I think maybe one time there might have been one press in, I think, Game 3 that you could argue was actually logical and it made sense, like, oh yeah, I pressed this thing, now I should be able to go back and press this thing. A lot of the time, you may as well just go through and press everything twice just to get it out of the way, because there's no reason to do it otherwise. It's something he's getting wrong about this version of events. Yeah, like, okay, so we know that he's assuming that they met before. That's his assumption. But we already tried. I don't know what other evidence. Like, I feel like this is important. This is probably the one. Problem is, the only evidence that looks like it remotely contradicts it is this one, because it implies that he never met him, or he never met his family after escaping. And yet that was the wrong one. So I don't know which other one this would be. So coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Like, this one also feels suspicious, but I don't see how it's relevant. I know we can't present profiles. I'm just seeing if there's anything in here that might point us in the right direction. The only evidence I feel is relevant is the pendants, this note, and this letter. But this letter I'm kind of writing off for now because it doesn't... We don't know who a Viola is. There hasn't been a single Viola mentioned. There hasn't been anything mentioned about a loan company. This is irrelevant for now. So we're going to ignore that for now. So it's really coming down to the pendants and this. But again, Could it be this? Is this what we're gonna do? To be like, well, she wouldn't have known because her last name... Well, okay, she had this. This was her pendant. She just never questioned why it said Lauren D? Or does she know that Pops is a fake name? No, then that would just agree with him. We're trying to contradict him. Maybe that is it. Okay. You looked up the answer? Okay, well, I don't want to know the answer yet. I'm not ready to look it up just yet. I'm still trying to, like, suss this out the normal way. No coincidence that your pair became involved in the House of Amano, and two of them made good use of their means to plan his kidnapping. He's making two assumptions right now. Yeah, he's making the assumption that they met. And he's assuming that they both know each other. I'm curious as to why he thinks it's not a coincidence that reunited pair. Did we learn about that? Or he just thought the whole thing was a setup. Them trying to get closer to him by becoming like the butler and friend of the son. That seems a little convenient. Two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. There's another assumption. Well, don't tell me this is an assumption. Well, this is actually, wait, this is an assumption we're all making here. Hang on. Even Edgeworth assumed that this is probably correct. But we don't actually know who his wife and daughter are. Could this be it? Lauren D is engraved on the back. Colin Devori is engraved on the back. What if this pendant actually isn't Lauren Pops? Because it says Lauren D on it. Like, would she not question why? Like, we're just assuming that this is hers this whole time. Do we have a reason to believe it actually is? But I'm not really sure how that's relevant to this part of testimony. Maybe this one? Okay, let's assume that's the correct evidence. Let's go through this a bit, see. They knew that fact. There's no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. This one's also a little suspicious because he's assuming that they knew, despite Lauren saying that she didn't know who her father looked like anymore because hasn't seen him for 10 years. It doesn't say anything about how long he's been in jail, does it? No. No coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Again, assuming that they were reunited. Is it this one? We didn't try presenting this letter on here. Okay. I couldn't remember if we did or not, but yeah, no. One coincidence, the right pair became involved in the House of Amano. Two of them made good use of their means to plan the kidnapping. Suppose I'll give it credit for it. This makes sense in the fuller picture of what we have learned and theorized with the case. See, well, that's why I'm thinking, like, but I feel like I probably have the right piece of evidence. I'm just jumping the gun, and we're doing we need to do something else first still. I'm not really sure what. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? I think we need to prove... Okay, what does Edgeworth say at the end here? They're certainly probable. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? So I think we need to disprove that it's impossible for... We need to prove that it's impossible for them to have known that they were father and daughter. Therefore, I think this is the correct statement to present on. But what exactly? We already tried this. We could try this. One of the pendants. Possible that they both knew that fact. Well, okay, his has full name. Hers doesn't have full name, so she doesn't know what that D could stand for, right?
Objection!
No. Possible that they both knew that fact. Like, my line of my reasoning here is this, that it's weird that her pendant is initialized for the last name, but his has a full first and last name. Like, why is hers only one letter? And they even say as much. If you check this, Lauren D's engraved in the pendant. Why just the D? Or planning. Almost like it was done on purpose. But there's ways you could interpret that would support his evidence, and obviously, or his theory, and that doesn't make... We obviously don't want to do that. This game gives no help here for the right solution. No, you know what? Honestly, I appreciate that doesn't. I like that this one still... I'm worried about when we get to newer ones to be too easy, but I'm glad that this isn't one of them. I will be able to judge this puzzle better once we actually have the solution, if it's something I would have been able to figure out or not. But, alright, give me the right statement. Give me the number of the statement I should be presenting something on. I'll take that. I'll take that as a hint. Which statement is the correct statement? Fourth statement is the correct statement. Okay, so I was on the right track with this one. Because we need to show that they couldn't have met. Now that said, I feel like this could also be just as much of a valid statement to present something on. Because it lines up with what Edgeworth says at the end of... We need to... Is his logic factually correct? But he's proposing the question right here. Is it possible that they both knew that? I would be able to say no, this is why. But okay, I'll take the fourth as well, because the fourth does have like a more descriptive language in it and says like a statement, and we need to show that statement is wrong. This game does let you do both. This game has had moments where you've had to do both. You're proposed a question and you need to prove it's wrong, and classic Phoenix Wright statements of like, I did not do this very specific thing, and then you present a piece of evidence that says yes, you did do this very specific thing. Okay, two of them made good use of their meetings to plan the kidnapping. What shows that they never met? And wouldn't have known that they're father and daughter? Is it this? What does this have to do with Colin and Lauren? Nothing. That's not even an anagram of Lauren. And we already presented this here, and it was not correct. As easy as that would be. This is what's really baffling, is the fact that I'm surprised this isn't correct. Because it straight up says that he's never seen her. Or the police have never seen him come back. And therefore, how could his daughter have known? But that's apparently incorrect. Is it the wings? Is it because these two pendants were never reunited? That doesn't make any sense. Two of them made good use of their meetings to plan his kidnapping. What meetings? Okay, let me just press this again. That's obviously going to be useless, but I'm just wondering if there's anything in here. Nah, he's kind of agreeing with him in some sense. Is it gonna be the wings? Can we save here? I'm gonna try the wings. Because I didn't try the wings here. We already tried this. I feel like I'm onto something with the fact that it says it doesn't have a full name. I'm not really sure what that has to do with this specific statement. But I can't think of anything in that regard. Two of them made good use of their means to plan his kidnapping. But how does the wings prove that? The wings proves nothing. That's just the... That has nothing to do with this. That's irrelevant. Sorry, do we what? I missed that comment. What was that in reference to? Because we don't have anything. I mean, I guess obviously we do have something that proves that they didn't meet. But that was what this was for. But I don't know what this... We don't know why this says Lauren D and not her full name. Right? Like, we have no reason to... Hand-shaped pair of wings. Has a rather nice aesthetic. Wow, even Edgeworth has to admit that she's good at making pendants. He just won't say it out loud. He's too cool for that. We need to prove that they didn't meet. Well, yeah, we do. That's literally what Edgeworth is saying here. Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? Oh, okay, well, I guess he's more saying that, like, did they know that they were doing it? Good use of their meetings. But that doesn't have anything to do with being father and daughter, this statement. See, that would make it this statement. Where is it? Like, this one, probably. Like, wouldn't that make this statement more relevant? Proving that they don't know they were fine. Okay, I'm just gonna present the wings. Fuck it. No. Okay. Well, that's our first game over, I guess. Yeah, fine. Guess we get to at least see a game over. The truth was lost for all eternity. Jesus. That's pretty dramatic. It's okay. You know, Phoenix Wright will take her up and prove it. He'll do it. He always does it. What is retry? Where does it put me? I'll just reload if it puts me somewhere stupid, but what does retry give me? Curious where the autosave was. Oh, it put me right here at full health. Well, ain't that just nice? I'll take that over my save. Okay, so apparently it's the fourth one. Two of them made good use of their means to plan the kidnapping. How would they have even known that they were father and daughter? Is it the other pendant? No, okay. What else is relevant? Oh, wait, but why? Wait a second. Is it the costumes? But why would she even be here in costume? She lives in a different country. That makes zero sense. They even said as much that they came from overseas. No, it can't be that. I refuse to believe that the costumes, anything costume related in this book is relevant. Because that would make zero sense. That would make negative sense. That would contradict everything that we've heard earlier in this case. No. It's not the wings, it's not the horse, it's not the paper. Is it this? Okay, good. I'm glad it's not that, because that would make even less sense. I don't know what else it would be. It's not even trying to push you. Well, good. I'm glad it's not pushing me towards the answer. I know I'm missing something here. The fact that I'm not getting this, I believe is completely my fault. Despite the fact that I've tried everything that seems remotely relevant, I still don't blame the game for this. I would criticize it if it's one of these things. Okay, do we have anything? Where's her profile? Is it here? Not somehow. His girlfriend, one of the kidnappers, separated from her real father, Deacon. Yeah, okay. I don't know what this would be. Okay. Edge mentioned the contradiction before, but not right now, like before the cross-examination started. Oh, did he? Okay. Can I see that in the history? Or is that too late? How far back does history go? He mentioned it before the cross-examination started, like with Lance or with Lang, or was it... No, I think this only goes up so far. Yeah, I think if there was any chance of seeing it, it's long gone. Okay, clearly I forgot whatever he said was the contradiction. To make good use of their means to plan this little kidnapping. What did he say was the contradiction then? This is probably irrelevant. I didn't see anything in here. It's not going to be the park related stuff. But we already tried the pendants and we already tried even these two items. We sure it's the fourth statement? Because I cannot even fathom how any of these first 6 pieces of evidence are relevant. Before the cross-examination started. I don't remember what he said. Do you remember what he said before the cross-examination started? That's why I'm glad the history feature exists, but the fact that it doesn't go very far back kind of sucks. I'm used to like visual novels. When they have a history feature, you can pretty much reread the entire game if you really wanted to. It saves everything. But I mean, maybe that's just not feasible for a console, I guess. Which, I mean, don't see why it wouldn't be feasible. It's a bunch of text. It's not like we're talking about anything crazy here. If it did, okay, the game told me it. I read it. I forgot the statement. I don't mind if you just quote Edgeworth. Quote Edgeworth in chat. I'll take it. I will instantly get you right, because if I remembered what the statement was, then it would have made sense, but I clearly forgot what the statement was. So yeah, quote Edgeworth if you can. I'll take it. Okay, so what do we know? Two of them made good use of their means to plan this kidnapping. Why would they have... So would they have met when she came over to his house? We don't know... Like... Where is it? No, we don't have any information about their life in here. Yeah, they're from like Germany or Britain or something. So it can't be that they met at the park in costume, that's why they didn't know. When would they have else have they met? Is it this? No, okay. Thanks, right. It does have no relevance to the case. Remember either, he mentioned the idea of it. Third. Oh, you're talking about the fact that there's 3 people? Yeah, but I don't have anything that, like... There's no evidence in here that talks about 3 people. Okay, fine, just give me the answer, because, I mean, at this point I've tried most of the evidence. So I'm just going to be trying all the evidence at this point. So which piece of evidence is it? I'll take the answer. This is... I'm good. It is the stolen costumes. Okay. What does this have to do with them meeting before coming to the park? Coming to... here at all? I mean, we know that the kidnapping is 3 people. Oh, are we saying that they wouldn't have known because it wasn't her and her father that met? It was her and whoever the third party was that met? Okay. No, I can see that. I think my problem was I don't blame the game for this. I think my problem was I was too hooked on the idea that they met, that he was implying that they met and knew each other from well before this. Before anything related to the park. So the idea of the third party was completely irrelevant in my mind. I was too stuck on a different train of thought. So that is why I probably just like dismissed the idea that this was the correct thing. What was the statement that we did this on? 2 of them made good use of their costumes. Oh, okay, it's the idea that there's 2 of them. I see. So the idea is that there's 2 of them, but it was the third. Okay. Yeah, no, I in my mind, I was thinking like this was related to something else entirely, and the third person didn't come in until later. So when I was reading that, I was like, yeah, okay, the 2 of them were playing this kidnapping, and then they brought in a third party at some point for some reason later. The 2 of them planned this, and then a third person helped them out. So the idea that the fact that he said the number 2, in my mind, did not contradict anything, because we were talking about a different time frame here. some other point in history. So yes, on the face value, out of context, 2 is not 3, therefore contradiction. In context with the other pieces of the testimony, 2 is not 3, sure, but it doesn't matter because we're not talking about that moment. But that's just me. I don't blame the game. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in a kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume that they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. So what were the 2? What costumes were stolen? It was everything, right? It was both of the bad ones, both of the proto. The girl was left because there's 3 out. They only bring out the Bad Badger costume in special occasions. The other 3 are in use. Therefore, the 3 fake ones are everything but the girl. Girl was Wendy Oldbag. So then the second Bad Badger, since both of them are gone, was the trashed one, and they used the other one. They replaced the fake gun with a real gun, is probably what happened. And there was going to be a show, so they were able to get away with having the Bad Badger out. Game very much wants you only think about the third person, not think about the third person. This makes sense. This is a good puzzle. Yeah, I think this one's fine. I was just like, I think if I was willing to just, if I wasn't so stuck on the time frame I had in my head of when we were talking about, and we were thinking more recently, like, in my mind, the kidnapping was not planned at the park. In my mind, the kidnapping was planned some X amount of time ago, and then it took place at the park. I think the other thing that does make it a little strange, though, is the fact that the Amano family and Lauren, they don't live in this country. They live overseas. They said so as much at the start of the case. They're not from here. So why did they come here, and why did they plan a kidnapping at the park? While on vacation, of all things. So clearly points to a 3-man group, and I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this real mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Oh shit. It's him, isn't it? I'm telling you, this was an inside job. It was all him. It has to be. Like, she admits to being one of the kidnappers. He was probably one of the kidnappers. Or he was in on it. What if he planned his own kidnapping? I think I know why. Because this whole relationship with Lauren was planned. It's gotta be him.
Take that!
Yep. He doesn't want any part of this, like, planned relationship thing with Lauren. Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the face of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but one was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible you couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes. About when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. Well, if I had to tell you at least something, you wouldn't believe me at all, will you? Want to get a notebook and write stuff down for these puzzles. Each piece of evidence gets found notes and ideas for what we use in the case. I feel like with a lot of the games, you kind of almost need to do that because despite the pressing being useless, previous dialogue is not useless, and it is helpful. I think part of the problem is like if you don't play, even if you do sometimes play the cases all in one sitting, like they're multiple hours long. There's a lot of dialogue. You're bound to not remember every single line. So I think that's where it gets a little tricky to sometimes with these puzzles. Usually the evidence has pretty good notes about, like, the evidence in in here. This stuff has pretty good notes about what's relevant. But yeah, once in a while you just get something and it's like, yeah, you probably didn't remember this one little thing. Or you do what I did and you just get hung up on like some random fact that's not even true and then not realize that it's not true, like the time frame of Lang's talking.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded, the entire time. The kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed. It was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran from that room as fast as I could.
Why would the kidnappers leave you alone? That seems a little strange. All that planning, and you're telling me the kidnappers just leave you alone?
Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really don't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but that you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Can you not? You look at me with icy daggers in your eyes. Because he is a prosecutor, and because they are all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth, and should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I feel like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. Each other's more incest than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? I must have used some drug to knock me out, because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until they made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. There's definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I'd been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. What's a poetic simile? You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside. What's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well?
Damn, calling Edgeworth out for his dress.
Hold it!
Then those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I'm chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I'll forever be a prisoner.
You'd think like some rich pretty boy like him would have a bobby pin or something lying around to pick the lock.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. Mustn't I go and examine it?
Hold it!
By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed? Well, I suppose that's what it's for. But I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. Well, once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. That's when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose. Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? Well, that was easy. It was hanging right there in the room on the wall. I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation and how we made our escape. Indeed. And although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. Secret passageway under a theme park? Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? Something off about the way he made his escape. Door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. Do we have... Was it locked tight or was it being propped shut? You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? Oh, I thought you were handcuffed. What was that then? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it could require a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sienna? Yes, that is correct. Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not especially a reliable one if it is broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? Well, I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. Oh, I didn't notice. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive? Why, yes. Do you honestly think that an upright pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime.
Take that.
To put it simply, Lance had a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? But why is there... If that's his collections debt, why is he getting a letter from a friend on his collections debt paper? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own man, huh? Alright. Well, I give up. I abducted myself. Nuts. It's over, Lolly. In this life, we're really all bound to our fates after all. All I wanted to do was go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now the dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then you are giving yourself up? Yes. Well, I planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. Well, that's my guess. What happened almost right after you made with the drop-off? When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. Well, after a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. I mean, the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. Well, right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on Bad Badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and we warned her they had a gun. I had no idea that they were related, so I thought they could only end badly.
I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, why, I just killed my own father.
Oh, so you do admit to the killing. Good job.
Holy, then it really was you?
Oh, don't tell me we're supposed to prove she didn't do it. Oh my god. He is not stuck in those cuffs. They're so loose he can slip right out. Yeah, I don't know how those cuffs were meant to do anything. They ain't fooling anyone. They just flew off and then they flew back on. Like, what's he trying to pull here? He's probably the killer. Like, he's trying to, like, make himself look to be the victim in all of this. He's 100% the killer. When does mind chess happen? Are you referring to, like, the scenes from the second game? Because I'm pretty sure it's just the second game that has it.
That man was not my father. I mean, because, what, the stadium? It was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. It was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you?
Holy, forgive me. Oh, I didn't think it'd turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was?
What she says is true.
Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve?
You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this.
But
All you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me?
Alright. So, at the stadium...
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought.
Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. Then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time?
Yes, of course.
Gun in his left hand, eh? Okay. And you felt that your life was in danger, correct?
Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So...
See, now here comes the part where I should follow my own advice and take things very literally, because I didn't do it earlier. I was too hung up on, like, some extra facts that I was trying to insert into the timeline. Again, my fault I messed up that last puzzle. These other ones are clearly, you know, much more obvious, especially if you don't assume things. You shot Mr. Deacon.
Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him.
And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please.
Alright.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot?
Yes,
And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot?
I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth?
She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Which one? Probably this one? No, that's not how we're doing this? Okay. This is the correct statement. I think we can all see clearly this is the correct statement. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Present. Should we use... Like, I thought it was gonna be this one. What? Oh, it's this. It's probably this. No? How? Okay. The gun is in the right hand. It's sewn into the right hand. She's specifically saying left hand. How is this not the contradiction? The detailed autopsy report could prove her wrong? Wait, how is it the fucking autopsy report? That makes no sense. We had to press for this. This has to be the correct statement. This is an extra statement. That's never been a red herring. Look, okay, let's look at this again. Lower right abdomen, right shoulder. Yeah, okay, fine. This is her shooting him. This has nothing to do with anything else. The badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, okay? The guy was costumed. We know this. Aiming to shoot me dead. Like, what? It's ripped from the bad badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. Is this not it? Like, we tried that. I tried this. This doesn't even show the gun at all, so it's not going to be this. This profile. Well, okay, whatever it is. You can't present a profile. There's no way to present profiles, first of all. It has to be a piece of evidence. Are we not trying to disprove that the gun was in his left hand? Or is this fine to be the case because he was using the ripped badger costume and so therefore he had a gun in his left hand instead of right because he was holding a real gun? But it had to be a... No, it's a blank gun. It was probably this one. I just presented this one though. It's this statement because we had to unlock this statement. It's always... That's a rule. That's a hard rule of Phoenix Wright. So what are we looking for here? Is it this? Are we doing this? Are we going to say that, like, but it, how did you know it was a badger because he wasn't wearing his head? But that doesn't make sense because then she would have seen his face. And surely she would have remembered whoever was wearing the costume, their face. This is right against his dominant hand. Yeah, but okay, but we're... Okay, let's go back for a second here. Okay, so yeah, okay, so she mentioned, she's talking about specifically... Is that really what we're going with here? Okay. I mean, sure. Honestly, I feel like... Okay, this is probably... It's meant to be a red herring. It's a dumb red herring, but I guess it's a red herring. I didn't think we were presenting this because I thought we were talking specifically about how the badger holds the gun and how it's not holding the gun. Fine. I don't know if I agree with this one, game. I don't know if I like that red herring. I have a dossier here on your father. According to this, your father was right-handed. Is that what we're... Okay. Okay, I guess I see what we're getting at here and what the idea was, but in my mind, I thought we were talking about the Badger and how they're holding the gun. Because, like, if he had a bad Badger costume on, it is safe to assume we have no reason to believe he was using the ripped costume. Therefore, he would have had the gun in his right hand, not his left hand. Right? I don't think they said which costumes they put on earlier. Edgeworth just was able to figure that out. He discerned it from the statements before this testimony, what costumes they were wearing. There was no reason to believe he was using the ripped costume that had no gun. So I'm curious to see how she thought it was his left hand that this Badger was holding it in, because there was no reason to believe this was the defective costume, or the one that was broken, whatever you want to call it. It should have nothing to do with the paper at all. It should have nothing to do with the fact that he's right-handed. The person pointing the gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badge has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand that he could have held the real gun with was his left. Yeah, but she didn't say that he was holding two guns, but she also didn't say that he was not holding two guns. Why would he have two guns? Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you not paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. See? Exactly. But, again, I thought she was just mistaking the hand because the costume would have had it in the right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. But I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. He had those huge sunglasses on his face. If that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Wasn't the Bad Badger, both hands were not occupied. Both are correct. Well, okay, so he must have been using the one without the gun in it then. Therefore, he could have used his right hand to pull the suitcase and the left hand to shoot the gun. So now we can present that part, which we kind of already knew. Right? What do you mean we haven't gone to that point yet about the gun? Like, see, okay, that's the confusing part is. That testimony should have been I thought it was all about the Badger. I don't see how we couldn't have not been at the point talking about the Badger and the fact that the gun was in the wrong hand. Like, why can't that be the correct answer and then we bring this part up? I feel like that order would have been better because I felt like there was zero reason to bring up the dossier. Like, why were we talking about his handiness when we were talking about a Blue Badger? We don't even know if the Blue Badger was Oliver. And we just said as much just now. This is wrong because when firing a firearm can want to use their non-dominant hand to make the recoil, it doesn't hurt the hand to use. Okay, well, I don't think anyone playing these games is going to know that. First of all. I mean, fair enough. That's cool information. But that's definitely irrelevant to this game. How is he holding the suitcase? Well, okay, so that's what I mean. So normally the Bad Badger costume has a gun, a fake gun, sewed into the right hand. It's always there. When she said that the Badger did not had the gun in their left hand, she was talking about a person in a Badger costume with a gun. There's only one Badger costume that holds a gun, except they hold it in the right hand. Therefore, it makes sense and logical to come to the conclusion that that is the contradiction. She got the hands mixed up. So why couldn't that be the correct answer? The dossier being the correct answer, I don't understand, because what does that have to do with the Badger? Yes, we kind of are assuming that inside the Badger costume is Oliver, but we don't know that for sure yet. And they reaffirmed that fact that we don't even know if it was him. Edgeworth just said that. Can go back and look at the history here. What did he say? Where was it? It was like way up here. The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Even says as much it wasn't Mr. Deacon. So why are we talking about Mr. Deacon if the gun was in his left hand? Yeah, like, I don't know. If we're not talking about Mr. Deacon, therefore the only thing that's contradicting here is the fact that the Badger, the costume of the Badger, had a gun in their left hand. Has nothing to do with Oliver. I don't understand. I feel like that should have been the pamphlet. The answer should have been the pamphlet. Obviously, we know both hands weren't occupied because it was probably the Rip Badger costume that we found in the trash from earlier that he was wearing then. It's the only possible answer. Only way for the bad Badger to be holding a gun in the left hand and holding a suitcase with the right. Which then also contradicts what Edgeworth just said, because it probably was Mr. Deacon, because he's probably pulling the suitcase with his right hand, because yeah, you're going to do the more active thing with your dominant hand. I don't pull my suitcases with my left hand. That doesn't make sense to me. It's not comfortable. I can just idly hold something in my left hand. No problem. Like a gun, perhaps. Maybe, sure, pointing at someone to threaten them. Yeah, sure. Would he have taken a shot with his left hand? Probably not. Despite what's being said in chat about it being better to shoot with your left hand or something, to reduce recoil or something like that, you're probably going to get a better shot with your dominant hand, which in this case would be the right if it was Oliver. But it's also, we don't know it was Oliver, we just know it was a bad Badger costume. Holding the gun in his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Isn't it possible for a right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? Oh, is that what we're getting at here? Not even anything related to the costume? Okay, I don't even know anymore. I'm clearly not understanding this case at all, apparently. The deduction is full of one too many conjectures, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? You're one to talk. Alright, that's obviously both. It appeared that both of the Bad Badger's hands were occupied, yet Miss Popps claims to have seen the Bad Badger. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Well, it could have been the Bad Badger, and both hands were occupied, so it must be both. Okay. Wait, what? It wasn't... No? But it... Was it not the Bad Badger? Because... Well, she said the sunglasses. Oh, okay. I think I see what's going on here. Perhaps. They are both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. I know why they're both correct. It just occurred to me, and I'll give the game that one. That one's actually pretty clever. She said earlier that she recognized the sunglasses of the Bad Badger. Right? Because the Bad Badger had the sunglasses? Yeah. He has the sunglasses. Therefore, she recognized the head. She has no idea what the body looks like, but she recognized the head. Recall that there was a broken Badger costume, and there was also a head, but the head went missing. So someone probably mixed and matched, is what I'm guessing here. Was it Oliver? Maybe. Someone mixed and matched. I'm surprised they didn't just use the ripped costume though, because I thought the whole reason they would have ripped the costume was to free the hand so they could replace it with a real gun. But maybe we're not doing that. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard, yeah. But what if the Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands. There was a separate head that was left in the isolation room. That's probably what we're getting at. Oh, no, this one. Right. It was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. So what? Was he... Wait. Hang on. Are we about to assume... About to propose that this guy put on the head of Bad Badger, ripped off the fake gun of the Bad Badger costume, put on a different bottom of the costume, and then carried around the fake gun? I can't tell if that's something this game would do or not, because it seems very plausible, but also really stupid. Why would you go through all that trouble? Just put on the costume. This proves there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands. Well, it was ripped.
Take that.
Okay, good. I had to make sure. It seemed like something ridiculous enough that this game would do, but it makes no sense. So I'm glad that it wasn't the case. Bad Badger costume. Okay, so it's got to be the head, right? That we have to present. Just what created contradiction about what Hen did want. Right. Bad Badger had a gun in his left hand and a suitcase in his right, because the guy was right-handed. The Bad Badger costume has a model gun attached to its right hand, which is what created this contradiction about what hand did what. Again, don't know why we couldn't just present this in the first place to get on this train of logic here, because that would have made just as much sense. Yeah, see, that's why I figured both was the correct, because it's the dumbest option. I mean, that's just... You have to know how Phoenix Wright works, and yeah, because it's the dumbest. There's been a couple of times where the dumbest wasn't correct, though. But we do have some knowledge here that would have made that correct. But I thought we were... I guess I was going a little too hard. I'm jumping the gun on this. The game doesn't want me to do this yet. I was going too fast for the game. I still say this should have been the thing we presented back during the testimony, but I guess I was just going too fast for the game and thinking ahead. We got to go through the whole thing, which means it's probably this one. Yeah. The costumes have two parts to them, a head and a body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, it is not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger. A different badger? Yes, so to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the Bad Badger Miss Pop saw was really belonged to this badger. Okay. So now we have to think back to who had what costume, right? Who had the lower half? We know that the Bad Badger costume, there's a ripped one in the trash. It's not the pink one, because then she would have known something was off anyways. I'm trying to think which other one, because so the blue one was being worn by, with the two blue ones, one was being worn by Meekins, and the other one was being worn by Lance, right? Was he the one that wore that one? It's not gonna be this one. But he would have... Oh. She would have noted this. I think it's gonna be this one because she would have noted this. She would have, like, this would have been a notable feature. Because she mentions the sunglasses, why didn't she mention the belts? I'm gonna say it's this one. Proto Badger is horrific. I agree.
Take that.
I think it's this one. Yeah. What the heck is it?
is the Proto Badger.
Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. Yeah, because she was taking the blue one, so it couldn't have been her, because the other one was being worn by Meekins. One of the bad badgers was broken, and we know he wasn't wearing it, wasn't wearing the other one. And the pink badger was of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is a Proto Badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume?
That would be Lance.
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops for wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing that she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Mr. Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so she would pull the trigger.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There's but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon.
No.
What slander? Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
Oh, I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger's bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Not if he had the prop gun from the Bad Badger costume that he ripped off, right? Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably would have been here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. Oh, right, because he set it up. He gave her the fake gun. He took the real gun. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. That's the prop gun. She had the prop gun. We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout. A broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. Miss Pops, where is the gun you use now?
I threw it away into the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although, I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I'm right is very high. Okay, let's pretend you're right and that the murder at the stadium was fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? The actual murder of Deacon. So, if Deacon wasn't the one that took the money, I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Must have been a very convincing prop gun. This is Japan. They don't have the same like holdups over fake guns like America does. But yes, it was meant to be like it fired blanks, so in some ways it was a real gun. I would assume it's probably of a similar caliber to the ones they use in movies, because those also fire blanks.
Please, wait a second. It was simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. I'm probably confused mostly because I'm still like held up by on like all how I'm making my mistakes. But this whole Badger thing is definitely a bit confusing about who had what costume on. So Lance had the head of the Bad Badger from the costume that was ripped, that he gave the gun to Pops to then go and pretend to shoot not Deacon, because that was actually Lance on the stage. She was wearing the normal costume, right? Yeah, she was wearing the Blue Badger costume, the extra one, because Meekin said the other one. And then that leaves Deacon with what exactly? The other Bad Badger costume? Because that's the fourth one, right? That's, well, no, the head being gone from the other room was the one that Lance probably took. So I guess Deacon just wasn't wearing any costume at all, because it sounds like he was killed earlier.
By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the next room next door. After that, the two of us put our costumes on and made our escape.
So they tied him down, made their escape, then who killed him?
So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was done. We also stole the gun from me at that time.
And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at the time, would you agree?
Does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Now, are they saying Mr. Deacon because he was already in a costume and they just knew who was in the costume? Or was it actually him? Out of a costume.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout?
It was after we had picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you returned?
I was scouring the park out, making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route.
Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at the time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes,
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, you're such a kind soul.
Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. We had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm sure, absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
So that's how that Bad Badger head got there. Wait. What if it wasn't Mr. Deacon? We don't have like a solid timeline of events here, right? There's some leeway here. Oh. She saw a Bad Badger head. I think I know what's really going on here.
Captive had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume.
Yes, and?
It would appear that she misread the whole situation. Was he in costume or did he just have the head on? The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not. With this. This, Miss Pop, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. Wait. Okay, wait. This isn't... I know why. But if he had the head on... We already used this. This is also why the person you saw is not the victim. Okay, why? Oh, thank you, game. Oh my god, thank you. I didn't realize that this got updated with who had what. Oh, fuck. Okay, that would have been nice to know a couple prompts ago. Alright, so Blue Badge was Lauren, Proto was Lance, Bad was Oliver. But I think the thing that's going on here, Lauren only associates the Bad Badger with the head. She doesn't recognize the bottom half of it. The head to her is all that matters. That's why when Lance swapped the heads on his costume, she didn't bat an eye because all she knows about is the head. She doesn't recognize the body. Shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. So Oliver was wearing a full costume then? I guess okay, so Oliver was probably still wearing a full Bad Badger costume. But in this case, I don't think it is Oliver for reasons. That's why the head was left in that room on the floor, because the person wearing it didn't have the rest of the costume on. She only saw the head probably from the back or something and just assumed it was his costume. Is it this? Because it was just a head, so it wasn't the costume?
Take that!
Yes, okay. Alright, I'm starting to understand things again here. A couple little hiccups on the way. I'm starting to understand things again. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. It was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right? I mean, it could very well be possible. The body was hidden in the garage. We didn't open the garage until after Edgeworth escaped. So he could have been there for God knows how long.
That's...
You showed Mrs. Pops a person, namely me, with a Bad Badger's head on, and then made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended. And she couldn't see the rest of the body, she could only see the head.
What do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the Bad Badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway.
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get all caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth.
Tidal wave?
We've heard a lot coming out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence.
What the fuck's all the shit I've been presenting up to this point?
Victor's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold.
That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor.
Well, how do you know that? Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Romano. Miles, my boy. Well, looks like you're really giving it your all. And, Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others.
Dad.
Let's see. You are the one in charge of the investigation, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry that my son's been nothing but trouble. Well, this probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now?
Oh, what is this?
Is that what I think it is?
Oh, what the fuck?
It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing, and the gun.
Well, I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There, now. Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is this scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who do you think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
There. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country.
That's not how that works.
No. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. Well, I'm only asking you to please respect the laws of this land. Can't really say no to that. However, turning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. While the Special Forensics Research Lab that I'm on good terms with conducted tests. They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. While as for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren.
What?
You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you have no reason left to push my poor boy around.
He does know that's a prop gun, right?
That's it.
These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Huh, I'll be the judge of that. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head.
Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable.
Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Well, do we know if there's any bullets in it? This bullet hole.
It looks kind of burnt around the edges.
Wait, those burn marks were left by gunpowder. This is a most important fact,
Why is that?
because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Can't blanks kill, even at that distance? So it could very well be a prop gun. But if it's at point blank, there's a good chance they might have killed.
Well, what is not the most definitive piece of evidence you've ever seen?
Thank you, Dad.
This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Decisive evidence. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
The fingerprints on the weapon, huh?
Oh no, this isn't helpful at all.
Look, Miss Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. Well, in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes punishment for her crimes.
That may be all you can do, however. You still have a case to solve and the job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie.
You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed.
I find that to be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
Should I raise an objection? Hell yeah, raise an objection. This seems a little too convenient if you ask me. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pops' prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pops' prints should not be on the gun is... she was in costume? Was she not? Do we put this on? Stolen costumes?
Take that!
Yeah.
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon, because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume.
Huh?
Well, has there been no mistake? We found fingerprints! Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for it back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house.
To achieve the ransom money, I suppose.
Well, I gave them like, I guess they probably all knew they were fake guns and were like just using them to fend off any ne'er-do-wells.
And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way into the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer.
But you still don't have any proof that she isn't the killer, right?
You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. Well, that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right?
That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence.
Well, how?
Story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all.
Take that!
Oh. I thought maybe like it took place in the hideout and that's why there's glass in it because, I don't know. His body smashed the glass and then it went into the helmet or something. I mean, it's a likely theory. Doesn't seem that far-fetched. Okay, never mind. Okay, if the murder did not happen at the stadium,
It's near where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops was down below. There must be something that invalidates it.
oh, right, okay, yeah, I see. Never mind. I should have seen that first. Where's the point-blank range stuff? Nothing? Wait, this is an actual revolver. There's nothing on here? Oh, there's one thing on here.
They found Miss Pops' fingerprints on this gun.
Can you let me hold it for a sec?
I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pops' prints are on it.
Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm going to run off with it. The only thing is I don't return are treasures.
Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know.
Nothing important on here that we need right this moment. Okay. Originally stolen from the guard by the victim during escape. It's not that. Proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Oh, there it is. I saw the head and then I saw this head and I was like, no, it's the same thing. And don't mind me. Yeah, okay. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for the point blank thingy.
Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it.
Take that!
Well, at least this game does a better job keeping the gunpowder residue in the art versus the last time this came up. And what was that? Phoenix Wright 2, I think? Or it wasn't like in the art or something. So it wasn't in the art, and it made me confused, assuming that it was something else, because I assumed that they wouldn't put it in the art. But this one does a better job of it. I also learned my lesson after that case. That probably helps too.
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range.
Huh, so then, you mean the murderer Miss Oldbeg saw at the stadium really was?
Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was...
Is it the haunted house then? Yeah, it's the haunted house, right? Because it has to be the haunted house. Because that's where he was. Edgeworth went to the haunted house. He was assaulted by Lance because Lance was in the proto costume, right? Yeah, it was Lance in the proto costume, assaulted him, and we know that they had a confrontation in the haunted house. It has to be the haunted house.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house. Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed here. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? That's where the glass comes in.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed. You don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there's one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. Man, Edgeworth, I think, just one clue. I don't think anyone could beat him at clue. He's clearly very good at it. After that, you stole the Blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mere bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Tina, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But, Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? I see, says. On truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Miss Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you didn't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder took place around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt and connections to the murder. What now, Miss Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sina! I am here. Put in the paperwork for authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you'd please take a look at this. What is this? Sina! It's the deed to the haunted house. What do you mean the deed to the haunted house? You can't own the haunted house. That's not a real house. The fuck does that mean? Who's buying a haunted house in an amusement park? What, you think I can go up to like Disneyland and ask to buy the castle?
Read it out loud.
Gatewater Land Inc. hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash.
Is that what happened to the ransom money?
What? As you can see, I'm now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you...
I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye.
That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was...
Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? Well, I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now.
You used the ransom money?
My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. What's the way things are? So if you please discuss things with me from now on.
Discuss?
What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
We were busy listening to Lance's story. Mr. Amano was out there preempting us.
Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion.
Oh. Well, that's a little weird.
Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Morris, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper.
Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. How is this not over yet? There's been so many twists. Dude, we're still not done. Ladder. Final confrontation. Ladder. This better be it. Unless we're gonna get like ladder. And just gonna keep going. I doubt it though. Can't believe this. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this.
And what is that?
When the people are in a bind, here of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu.
But I thought you were a thief, not a hero.
The Yatagarasu is a noble and is always a thief of justice.
That's not how that works. That's... Of course.
If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony...
You can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. Maybe able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang.
Ah, so you want to use your little toy. Be my guest.
Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents?
Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then.
Man, we've gotten like next to no Gumshoe this entire case. That's kind of surprising. Hopefully this isn't a reoccurring theme.
What is this? Where are we?
It's like we're inside the haunted house.
Even we can't expect the real location itself. The path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. If we can't go to the crime scene, we'll bring the crime scene to us.
Okay, what should I recreate first?
You haven't figured it out yet?
Maybe I have and maybe I haven't. But I'm going to make you do all the hard work.
Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in this place at the time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall.
What was a badger doing all the way down there?
I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for an atmosphere.
Do you know which badger it was?
No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette.
In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete.
Then I started walking towards the exit.
And that's when you were struck from behind, right?
Yes.
But that's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Where did your assailant come from?
There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. Obviously.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costume kidnapper.
Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house.
Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off. I was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this.
Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself.
Just don't use it to do anything criminal, Kay. Looks more like a Teletubby from this angle. Well, Lance?
What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first.
Well, I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. Well, I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside it. Well, I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money.
He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright then. You're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me.
Yes, I'm sure of it. It was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. He used his left hand to smack him, despite being right-handed?
Okay. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. You didn't recreate the weapon.
Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So, tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands.
Okay. Then, where were you hit?
I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There's a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch, sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when you say it?
It's just your imagination. Now, let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with.
It would have been the sword, would it? The prop sword?
Take that!
Is this where the sword came from and why it ended up in the back room? I have it. There was indeed one such object lying in this hallway. A prop sword.
Are you talking about this thing here?
Yes. Although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait. Yes. It's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
Leave no evidence behind, right?
Correct. Maybe worth a more thorough examination yet.
Okay. So what tests do you want to run on the sword?
Luminol. Because obviously there's not going to be prints. Culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter?
Like I have a choice. Zena, call in that voice.
Understood.
Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless.
So it must have been the left side of the prop that hit you then, right?
Okay. Culprit hit me in the right temple area with this. On the left side. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible to hold something in your left hand and hit someone in the right side of their head using the left side of the weapon. It might be a bit awkward, though.
Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info.
Didn't we have a piece of evidence kind of like this at the start of Professor Layton? Like during the tutorial case? I guess if he was standing from the side though like this, I guess that makes sense. Then he would have been able to swing straight down and it would have hit the right side. Alright, you know what, fair enough, that makes sense. Okay, so what are so let me just make sure we have this part right. Where's the sword? So it was on the part that was facing the hilt. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Left hand. Hilt's facing up. Hilt's facing away from the person. Swinging down. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the right side of his head. What are we deducing exactly? Well, we're looking for contradictions, but I'm not seeing one? I guess we can click on stuff first and figure it out.
You know, the Bad Badger's pretty bad looking when you see him up close.
Well, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger?
And those sunglasses. Wearing them in the dark makes him seem extra bad.
Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean?
Does a kid even know about the other meaning of bad?
And the next instant, this Badger will swing his left arm, complete with weapon in hand.
Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword.
Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face.
It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination or is something not quite right?
Well, okay. I mean, I'm thinking the sword is the answer. I'm just trying to figure out why it's the answer. Because, like, the way he's holding it, you swing straight down, this part of the sword up here should hit him here. Not the inner part, but the part facing out by the hilt. Like, there's nothing wrong here?
It's me. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this.
Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time?
I don't recall, but I would guess I was thinking about the kidnapping.
Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head.
If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit?
Anything else here we can click on? Doesn't look like it. I'm not seeing anything else. Okay, well... it has to be this, right? But I'm not... I'm just trying to, like, picture the motions in my head. Like, why would this be wrong?
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword.
I'm only picking this because it was the most obvious answer, but it doesn't make sense as to why it's the obvious answer.
Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side.
Would it, though? Okay, am I wrong in how you're supposed to hold this sword? Is the guard supposed to be facing inwards or outwards? Well, it'd be facing outwards. You'd hold the sword with the big guard part facing away from you. Would that not be the left side? Is that not the side that has the blood on it? And then you swing it straight down on someone's head. That would do it. Oh, what am I missing here?
The opposite side, huh?
If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit.
Would it? Wait, okay, which is the right side here? Am I getting... What orientation are we working with here?
I see, but the blow is on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you.
I don't think I understand what's going on here. You hold the sword in your left hand. You would hold the guard out because the whole point of that guard is to protect your hand from someone trying to attack you, right? Isn't that the whole purpose of it? So would that not be... The side with the blood would not be the side that's parallel to that part of the sword? So you hold... You have to hold it like that. You can't hold it the other way because the guard is in the way. So you have to hold it with it facing out. You swing it down. Why would the other side be the one to hit with the left hand? In fact, actually, how do we even know which hand was being used based on this? Because you would hold it the same way for both, no? I'm trying to think here. Like, if you hold it... Well, actually, if you hold... Okay, depending how... I guess it depends how you swing it. No, even so, I don't know. I feel like they're wrong.
Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it can be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right.
How? Yes, please change the data. I want to see how this looks. Maybe I'll understand better.
Not yet, Kay. There's no sense changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction.
Like, okay. Oh. Look at this. How is that wrong? The left side, is that not the side touching the hilt? Or is that considered the right side? I think we need to establish the angle we're looking at this sword from, because I feel like the side I'm thinking is the left side is not the side that everyone else is thinking is the left side. I'm thinking it's the left side is the side with the hilt, because when you're holding the sword, how would you hold the sword? You'd hold the sword with the guard facing out, which honestly makes it impossible to tell which side's the left or right from any perspective, because the blade would be facing you. The flat side would be facing, both flat sides would be facing perpendicular to you. So I guess if you were to, okay, so if we need to determine a left and right, then you would hold the sword with the guard facing probably inwards would make the most sense. Because you wouldn't do it outwards because it'd run into your wrist. So you'd face it inwards. So then, yeah, I guess that would technically make the, okay. If that's the case, then yes, everything they said would make sense. I don't feel like that's necessarily... I don't think there's enough... It's not clear which side's the left and right, so I think it makes this part a little tricky. Okay, obviously if you put it in the right side, you'd contradict with the fact that the Bad Badger is always holding the gun, which is probably this piece of evidence that it wants me to present. Yeah.
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition.
Hey, that's right. Then what now? It wasn't in his left hand or his right hand.
It means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger.
Okay, looking at it from this angle... Okay, I guess that's supposed to be the right side. Maybe we're supposed to interpret the left and right from our perspective and not their perspective. Which I wouldn't have done. I wasn't ready to do that. I was assuming the other way because there's been other cases where we had to deal with left and rights, and it's always been from the perspective of the person who is doing the left and right. Not us looking at the person, but the person themselves doing the striking or the action or whatever. This feels like it only makes sense if we look at it from our perspective. Which doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me. Which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Fine. It was me.
Oh, I hit you! It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance?
Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Ah, yes. But that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. But you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. A little bit of a flimsy train of thought here, I'm gonna say, but it's not, like, crazy. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance, or should I say, the Proto-Badger. I mean, we knew it was the Proto-Badger because that's what we saw at the start of the case. And those never lie.
You got it. Here I go.
Okay, so we're saying it was on, if we look at this. So yeah, it was that part of the sword. And if we look at this part here, now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. So,
Well, now he's holding it backwards. He's holding it the opposite way. So the side of the sword, the one with the blood on it, is the side that's facing up right now. So how the hell does he hit him with that side of the sword? Or is it just backwards in the evidence folder? I don't know anymore. It seems wrong. All right. All we have to do is examine this new recreation and...
Uh-oh. And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget, it sure packs a punch. Right, Sienna?
Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. You and Mr. Edgeworth bring up the best in each other.
You've had your little fun, but now it is my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right?
Well, when you put it that way.
Your suppositions are wrong. It is not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sina! Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. Well, shit. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger.
What is this?
I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of the hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. That's a very impressive doll that's able to get up, walk towards you freely, no strings, no wires, nothing, and then pretend to hit people? That's almost a little dangerous too. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window.
But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hit the doll somewhere. And then, he laid down and pretended to be it instead.
If the criminal could not even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse.
It's Edgeworth.
Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information you have my thanks. There you go again. Well, see if I care.
Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden.
this slumped-over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding?
Well, that's where we're going to find out, right? So come on, Miss Edgeworth, let's go.
Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere.
This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation.
Yes. Now the question is, where did he come from?
Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model.
There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Piece of a set of armor piled in here.
Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormality.
Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm trying to explain again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it.
That may prove to be a most difficult task.
When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors.
Indeed. Whoever's heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before?
Well, at least we know where this is the real crime scene, thanks to these mirror shards. Hey, wait! These shards! There's something different about them.
Oh?
The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look! There's some sort of design on the back, too.
The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Uh-oh.
Maybe we were wrong about the haunted house.
This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house.
I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy.
All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun?
Perhaps. They were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate.
I don't really know what we're deducing yet, so I'm going to hold off on that. Make sure we've checked everything else.
It's the Proto-Badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance.
Ooh, are you going to get him back?
I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice.
Damn. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. Someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works.
The third statement doesn't seem to be much benefit to our survival. It's a replica of myself.
You're totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh?
Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I hope to never be caught by surprise again.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. What space I'm standing in. It's like something out of a crazy dream.
Except this isn't a dream. This is something K's gadget.
No, wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle.
Someone sure is easily impressed.
I'm glad you like it. Oh, this is a product of your gadget. No, I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. Alright, let's wrap this case up already.
It's times like these, I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. Thanks for letting us use, Little Thief.
Bang Xi says, reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing this for the truth.
Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. So have you noticed anything worthwhile?
I have no obligation to talk with you. Well, I'm fine with just Little Thief in solving this case. That toy, it's very well made. That's because it's the heart of the noble thief Yatagarasu.
Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone.
So, Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space?
I believe this is nothing more than a projection from that girl's toy.
So it's all an illusion, right?
Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show.
I don't know, I think it's a pretty impressive light show.
You can lie all you want, but it'll be all for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you'll be placed under arrest.
How can you do this? After all that my dad has done for you?
What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now.
Unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth.
If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. We'll not allow him to remain a child forever.
Haha, now you sound like a dad.
Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? I have not forgotten my debt to you. However, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. You'll regret this. I promised you that. No matter the outcome, I've never regret the choices I make. Miss Pops, by my hand I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me?
That is...
Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops.
No, I can't. I have Lance. Wally, don't tell me that you like that guy more than me. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? So easily swayed by even a single glance. What,
What exactly is she going on about?
I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, at least Edgeworth never committed a crime. Are we supposed to combine something? Thing is I only have one piece of evidence. What are we deducing here? What are you thinking is the design on the back? I don't know what that design's for. I must be missing something, right? Huh. The doors aren't anything. Okay, let me save here, just in case. I don't know where it saved last, but... God knows how much longer this case is, but I do want to finish it. That's nothing. Okay, let's see here. So there's gotta be something here that we can deduce. Well, I mean, the only contradiction that comes to mind is that the body, I mean, if it was the Proto-Badger, this body's obviously not the Proto-Badger. Right? Yeah. I guess we could try that. Like, what do we have exactly? We have the glass. Different from the mirrors on the walls, very thick and has a design on the back. What would that design be? Is it related? Okay, hang on. Is there anything in here that... Oh, it's just the map then. Okay. I'm wondering if the glass and this are related. Is there anything around here that we can also click on? No. Oh wait, I think I know. Because if we look at this picture... No, it's correct. Fuck. I thought it was like a different angle or something. Should we try it anyway? I'm not really sure what it'd be, but... That's what it is. Okay, yeah. We want to put down... Let's go for this, maybe? Yeah. That took me a second.
Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger.
Huh? Like what?
The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake?
It can't be. I input the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet.
So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse?
That's it. Actually, should we click on him again? There's more dialogue.
The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation.
Yeah, the explanation is how he was able to hide. To strike him.
Okay, do you remember what you said earlier?
What I said earlier about what?
But how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors.
A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reverse, or mirror, image.
Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than a reflection of the real one.
Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection?
When I looked down this hole, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror...
Oh, they would actually form an L shape, right?
Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway.
Wait, but why build this place like that? Seems pretty pointless to me.
Hey, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger.
You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said that you saw the badger, so it's definitely still there.
That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash.
Move the mirror wall by breaking it. Probably.
To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be recreated.
Oh, so when they want people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror.
And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them.
And if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway?
Then, when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that the haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit.
Huh? How so?
Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept outside by hiding here.
Probably here. Because you would have been able to see all the way through here. So it had to be back here.
There's a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of this movable mirror,
then you would be able to see him. You didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll.
Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something.
Yes?
Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality?
Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information.
Don't scare me like that.
Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me.
Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need, anyway?
If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room.
You got it.
Now this, I believe, this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering.
You heard what? Then
Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken.
Okay, so when you stepped outside into the hallway again...
The mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that.
Got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Miss Edgeworth?
That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway.
I think this about wraps it up.
So Edgeworth went into the dining room, guy came out from his hiding spot, hid around the corner, and then came to attack him.
Looks like we finally solved everything.
No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head.
Huh?
Perhaps you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw in the recreation lies... Okay, so he goes in dining room, mirror gets smashed, assailant comes out of secret hallway, Edgeworth comes out. Well, contradiction would be that he doesn't. There's no badger here anymore, right? Like, that has to be it, right? Do we click here? Or do we click up here? No, contradiction is... No, because it's supposed to disappear, so that's not a contradiction. That's how the haunted house is normally supposed to work. What would be the contradiction? The assailant being here? Why would that be the case? Mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. But then that creates a contradiction. So the mirror wall should no longer exist, right? Because it's smashed. So around the night, I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. Huh. Yeah, he heard the mirror shattering when he was in the dining room. And then he would have moved. Is it the lack of badger? Like, inconsistency between what I saw in the recreation. Well, is it the fact that the assailant is here? Because if he's out here, then... I'll try it. Oh, not there at all. Shit. Can you game over here? Oh fuck, you can game over on here. Oh no, okay. You want to suspect me, Miss Edgeworth, but you haven't got a single shred of evidence. Now. I say we let the courts resolve the rest. Man, 2 game overs on the same case. 3 days later, Lance was acquitted of all charges due to lack of evidence. Damn. The truth was lost for all eternity. Can we just retry? Does that put us right back on the... Okay, good. Okay, the scene I saw before me and what's being presented in this recreation... Right, because he did look behind him. There was no badger back there. Okay, that was it then. I forgot... I couldn't remember if he looked behind him. Well, okay, no, he saw this before he entered. Was that really a... Is that supposed to be the answer? Because I was under the impression that... Well, yeah, I guess it would contradict him, but it's how the room is, the hallway's supposed to work. As far as he's concerned, the hallway was working as intended. The badger was there and then it wasn't there. But I guess, yeah, I guess that technically counts. Like, I thought about that. I was like, no, that doesn't make sense because that's, like, what's supposed to happen. But, yeah, I guess he wouldn't know that's supposed to happen. But I thought, okay, I thought this was after he left the dining room. He wouldn't have technically seen anything because he's facing the other way, and that's when he got assaulted. He never did turn around. He turned around, or did he turn around? You know what? I don't remember if he turned around or not after he left the dining room. I thought he turned around before he entered the dining room, came out of the dining room, and then started walking away, and then he got clonked. I don't recall that he turned around as well after the dining room. Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly. The blue badger I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So in other words, the mirror didn't smash? If he saw it afterwards?
So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right?
And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Okay, so he did see it after he came out. Okay, I couldn't remember that part if he did or not. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? Wait, so when he came out of the dining room, he saw a badger. Right, so if the assailant... Wouldn't that just be the assailant then? And he's just wrong about the assailant moving? Like, I think what we're getting at here is that the badger he saw was actually the victim dead. But in the context of what we would know at that moment, why couldn't that just be the badger that was hiding back there? I feel like we're injecting information that we shouldn't know. Which is weird because this game's usually pretty good at making sure you don't inject information that you know, almost to a fault. So their badger was hiding behind mirror. Edgeworth sees badger, but it's really the prop that the haunted house is supposed to see. He goes into dining room, drops off the money, exits dining room, looks behind him. While he was in the dining room, there's a smash, so the assailant would have broke the mirror. Why didn't the assailant just sit there then? How do we know the assailant wouldn't have just sat there pretending to be the prop? How can we confirm that? Because we have no reason to believe that there's two badgers behind the mirror, one of them being a corpse. So how do we know that the assailant didn't just pretend to be the prop? Why do we think that the assailant for sure had to move into the side hall where the prop is? I believe this is the real identity of a mystery badger. I mean, obviously, if is for sure two badgers, but we didn't really have a way to... Oh, I guess we have to just present it as this.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. Okay, can we go back up to, like, where we're talking about the mirror shit? Was there something in here that for sure made it obvious that the killer would have had to move? If you could recreate this hallway before I entered the dining room. Now this, I believe, is how it was right before I entered the dining room. All the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. Right. So he would have saw the mirror and the prop badger. Then he went inside. Here's shattering. Then we stepped outside the hallway again. The mirror wall should no longer exist. Culprit lost his hiding spot, right? But, like, I guess if the culprit wasn't wearing a blue badger outfit, maybe he was worried that whoever saw him would find it weird that the... Okay. Yeah, no, I guess. But that still doesn't make sense. Well, okay, I guess it kind of does. So I think what is going on here is that the culprit was worried that Edgeworth would have noticed that the blue badger he saw suddenly changed into a not blue badger. because it was a different costume. So he had to hide, and then the body was slumped over, so he couldn't tell which badger it was. But I guess the killer didn't think that maybe Edgeworth would notice that the badger moved? I guess. But then, like, from Edgeworth's perspective, why would he think that there would be two people behind the mirror in the first place? I guess is what I'm still hung up on. I feel like there's some, like, weird... This case feels like it has some weird oddities to it. Maybe they have an explanation, I'm just, like, missing the mark on what that explanation is. I don't think it's as stupid as Turnabout Big Top, because that was dumb. That animation made no sense. I feel like there probably is a decent explanation as maybe I'm right, maybe there isn't. But I feel like this case probably has a decent explanation as to why these things happen. I feel like this is definitely treading the same water, where it ends up being things are happening in a specific it's convenience. Things are happening in a convenient way, and it's not as airtight as a lot of cases are. It's got some of the same flaws, but the logic is still sound enough that it almost seems plausible. Now, I've heard people say that the first game's not as good as the second. I don't know why they say that. Maybe they say that because they thought the writing was boring or the characters sucked. Maybe it's because of situations like this, where sometimes the logic feels a little off. Could be that. I would definitely agree with that last point if that's the case. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. So, I mean, looking back at it, we figured we're going into all of this with the assumption that the murder took place in the hallway of the haunted house, because it didn't make sense for anywhere else. All the evidence points to it. That's fine. It's just that last little bit where I'm just thinking, like, I guess, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense then. Because if you think about it from the killer's perspective, if the killer didn't move, there would be two badgers. Right, okay. No, I'm getting it now. Never mind. Ignore what I said earlier. It does make sense. If the killer didn't move, there would be two badgers. That is the reality, because we know the murder took place in here. We have the evidence to propose that the murder had to have taken place inside the hallway. Therefore, if we are to believe that is true, there would be two... The only place that the murderer could hide is behind the mirror. Therefore, if we were to then assume that was true, if that mirror were to break for some reason... Although... Well, actually, okay, we do know why he thought to go and get Edgeworth. He needed Edgeworth as part of his plan to cover up his murder. Because if Mr. Deacon looked like he was gone, people would notice. So he thought of using Edgeworth as his own prop to make everyone think Deacon was alive. So he murders him in there, gets Edgeworth, he breaks the mirror to get out of there because I guess he can't open it from that side, fair enough. So he breaks it from there, and then goes and hides around the corner, you know, waits for the perfect time to strike Edgeworth. Edgeworth still only sees one badger, so that checks out. I mean, it's dark, so I guess that's why Edgeworth didn't notice that the design would have changed on the costume. Then he comes around and clonks him on the head, and then everything else happens. Okay, no, you know what? Never mind. I take it back. That makes sense. I was stupid. Comparing this to Big Top is an insult to this, because this is actually logical and does make sense. I'm still confused by, like, some of the things that happened earlier, but I think that was more on me getting hooked up on parts of the puzzles that I shouldn't have been. The puzzles do make sense. This case is fine. I'm just, like, not thinking straight because it's like 1 a.m. It's hard to play games like this at 1 a.m. I don't know if that was obvious or not. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? Oh, right. I forgot about the gunshot. How did I forget about the gunshot? Yeah, it's true. How did you miss the sound of a gunshot, hmm? There was a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for the theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. You know what? I'll give him that one. Now, we don't really hear a lot of the sound effects in the game, but it's a haunted house. It's probably going to have a lot of ambience to create atmosphere. I'll give him that one. Now then, I'd like you to recall something from me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? So that's why he ripped the gun out. So he did use... Well, okay, wait. Was there a real gun involved? It was you, Lance Armano. See, I was under the impression that there was no real gun involved. Oh shit, he broke the cuffs. Now he's mad. I was under the impression there wasn't a real gun involved because both Bad Badger costumes were stolen. So I figured, like, okay, he just, like, pointed a gun full of blanks. You know, point blank. That can kill. The blanks are very dangerous. They are not safe. And there's been many, many instances of people not only getting seriously injured from blanks during, like, movie shoots, but there's even been instances of people dying on set because of blanks. Like, if they go off wrong, if they're too close, they can still hurt a lot. So you don't even need a real gun in this case, because if there's 2 Bad Badger costumes missing, then you have 2 guns. You can do all the stuff that they did. And that would explain why one of the Bad Badger costumes was ripped, because he ripped the gun out of his hand, shoved it up his gut, and shot him.
It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. We snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. We shoved me to the ground and straddled me.
Ooh, kinky.
I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. Bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror.
Or did he have a real gun? Was there probably was a point where a real gun was mentioned. I mean, there was a revolver in the evidence. I'm assuming that might be a real gun. I was just thinking that was probably the gun that was ripped off the costume. Then again, like, Oliver was right-handed, so it's probably it could probably be the prop gun.
If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail.
See? That's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself.
That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you.
As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these 2 and get them out of my sight.
Wait, both of them?
Wait, what? Nothing to do with the murder? The only person who should be arrested is Lance.
Dad?
Oh, fuck. So, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Armano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son.
Ah, get him on the old evidence tampering trick.
What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? Well, how could you possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know.
You came to see me?
What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Armano, about a case from 10 years ago.
A case from 10 years ago?
Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sina!
It is known as the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident? Oh, so you do remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring.
Smuggling? There's that word again.
At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devoy.
Father!
Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devoy, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devoy was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please, calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. What the heck was that?
It's you again! Wait! I thought we arrested you!
I'll take you down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques. Thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect.
Wait, who was the victim of the first case? Was it not him? Oh, it was his assistant. Right, because his assistant came in and rifled through Edgeworth's stuff and then tried to kill him and all that. He was the one that shot him, right?
Sorry, but I can't comply. I got the back of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, a whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, was it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal.
Hey, is there any way to thank someone? What the heck is that supposed to mean?
You were so relentless with Lance that he forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? Hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You are the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that worked for Mr. Amano in that smuggling ring, right?
What?
No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring.
Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude.
On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Kammer, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you?
The courtroom. It's a place where the truth is revealed.
Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor is never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it anyway under that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies?
It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with us all?
Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it.
Please, wait. Agent Sienna, why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so?
Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Sangfa. The heads of all the police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood.
Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still?
They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts.
How can that be?
A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence of one of the Lang detectives found.
That evidence's purity was tarnished, and the cost the Lang family its honor and trust. Sounds a little familiar, similar to what happened with the spirit mediums. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts, and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We better catch up. We still gotta deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Wait, I can't... Wasn't he arrested? Hang on a second. I remember in the first case, I thought we arrested, Jax. Am I wrong about that? I don't remember what happened at the end of that. Yeah, it was Portsman that got arrested. How is he still here? Does this not... Or is this still a part of the flashback? Oh, maybe that's it. You know what? Okay, I guess this is still part of flashback. I might have just assumed that this was, because, like, I know Airlines was a flashback, but I guess I just assumed that that was the only flashback. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. I just looked it up on the wiki, because I honestly couldn't remember what the exact timeline of events is. So this is still a flashback, so Jacques still hasn't been arrested yet. So does that make the fourth case a not flashback? Or is that not gonna be, is that gonna be saved for the fifth case? Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and head out ourselves. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've got nothing but entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it?
That is... Thank you very much.
Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? To think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Oh, there she goes again, talking to herself.
Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
The father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then why did he...
I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops.
Me?
Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage, to coerce Mr. DeVore into cooperating.
Father.
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do. But that was the shape of this overflowing love for you. Go on. Speak your mind.
That is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Although, there is no need to thank me.
No. Warren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you.
Wait, what? How old is Edgeworth in this? Is he that much older? Oh, he's not even in here. How old is she? 19. Alright, yeah, no, fair enough. He was like 24 in the first Phoenix Wright game, so I guess I'd make him like 27 or 28.
Looks like you completely stolen her way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Way to go, sir.
Your technique's way beyond the level of a great thief.
What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all.
Huh?
If you haven't remembered all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgewood, how do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Am I supposed to know her? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay. Detective Gumshoe. Oh shit! We're getting like the deep Edgeworth lore now. Oh man, what a cliffhanger that's gonna be. Well, I guess we will find out exactly how Gumshoe and I guess Kay met each other next time we play this game, which unfortunately won't be for a little while. Turn about reminiscence. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we're getting like a super flashback now. So I guess the timeline now is episode 4, episode 2, episode 3, episode 1, episode 5. I'm assuming episode 5 is probably going to be like a continuation of 1. I mean, you got to end the game to advance the plot somewhere. Now I'm seeing why the two games are connected to each other. But yeah, we're not going to be playing this next week. Next week I've got other things in mind. We got a lot of October stuff planned out. Looking forward to it all. But we will finish and continue the Investigations duology in November once we're done with all of the fun Halloween and horror games I have planned. Which isn't a lot this time. I want to do more bigger games. Quality over, well, I say quality, but not quantity. I want to do breadth. Depth? I don't know. Fewer but bigger. That's the only way I can think of describe it without it being weird and confusing. So look forward to that next week. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow with Donkey Konga Part 2. I'm going to get some setups for the other versions of the games that we didn't get to play last time. And then, of course, Minecraft on Friday. There might be an extra stream this week. I don't know if it's going to be Minecraft or possibly Astrobot. It's probably going to be one of those two because I'd like to finish Astrobot before we move to October. And I wouldn't mind trying to get our current tasks done in Minecraft before we also break on that too, because I plan to replace Minecraft with other things. We're going to do like a full schedule substitution here. But I'll figure that out. Possibly look out for another stream this week. We'll see. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed. I am looking forward to playing this episode. This one sounds like it's going to be very good. Unfortunately, that's such a cliffhanger that we're going to be ending on for a month. But stay tuned for that when we resume the games in November. But have a good night, everyone. And I will see you next time.